Hello, everyone. I'm Ludovico Centis, and I would like to thank you, all those in presence here and online, for joining us today to celebrate the 100th birthday of Peter Reyner Banham, one of the most relevant architectural and design critics of the 20th century. The celebration and symposium have been made possible by the collaboration between the Architectural Association School of Architecture and the Bartlett School of Architecture, UCL. And I would like to thank in particular Professor Bob Shield for making this happen too. Where Banham taught for many years and became professor of architectural history, if I'm not wrong, the first one in that school, before moving to the United States. The symposium is also for me the highlight of an ongoing 4-year-long research and exhibition project that I initiated titled Reyner Banham, a set of actual tracks. I would like to thank Maristella Casciato and the Getty Research Institute, Matthew Coolidge and the Center for Land Use Interpretation, the founders of Campo Space in Rome, the Dean, former and actual chair and faculty of the School of Architecture and Planning of the State University of New York, University of Buffalo, where Banham taught between 1976 and 1980, and where I've been Banham Fellow several years ago, for the great support they gave me in the initial phases of the research and the possibility to produce the first 2 of a series of exhibitions dedicated to the intellectual legacy of Banham. So for those interested here at the AA, there is copies of the cat, sorry about it, I didn't see it. There is copies of the booklets for these 2 exhibitions up in the library. You can ask for them. I also would like then to thank the former director of the AA, Eva Franchi Gilabert, for introducing me to the fantastic group of people that has supported me in these past years, organizing visiting schools and events as this symposium. Christopher Pierce, Jolene Malek, Beatrice Civite, and all the visiting school organization, Manija Verghese, and all the team behind the public program. Edward Bottoms at the AR Archives, who's been also very kind to provide us with the slideshow, the images you see today. And these slides were donated by Mary Banham to the AA archive in the late 1980s, and you can find them here at the school. Maria Giudici and the AA publications. I would also like to thank all the faculty that at the Bartlett supported this event, and in particular Barbara Penner, Mario Carpo, Adrian Forti, and Bob Shield. All the speakers, some of them were able to convene here today, the other ones are online, that agreed in taking part in these duets today on themes, keys to Banham's life and intellectual legacy. And all the people who has agreed in the past years on being interviewed in relation to their knowledge with and work with Banham, including his son Ben, and which is here with us today. And a special thanks, because I know it's a difficult personal moment for him, but I really appreciate you being here today. Artist Ed Rusche, Adrian Forti, Bonnie Foyt-Albert, Vittorio Gregotti, and Roger Conover, who also kindly provided private correspondence between Banham and himself for the exhibition held in Buffalo in 2019. Finally, I would like to thank the Paul Mellon Center for Studies in British Art of Yale University, Daniele Pisani, Mark Lee at the Harvard GSD, Paola Viganò, Lorenzo Fabian, and Ezio Micheli at UAV, University in Venice, Rory Sherlock, Timothy Noble, and Elizabeth Selby, Moai Filaria, and my family for their contributions and enduring support in different forms throughout these years. The celebration of the 100th birthday of Banham this year begins with a symposium, which will be followed by a new anthology of his writings, including texts selected by all the speakers who convened today, and 2 visiting schools that will run between June and July, dedicated to 2 fundamental activities in Banham's life: travel and fieldwork. The first, Farewell Reveries, will be entirely online in June and dedicated to the impossibility of traveling. The second, a Blighty Safari on Reyner Banham tracks in the age of Brexit, will be an on-the-road trip across British architecture and landscapes that engage with the life and intellectual legacy of Banham, tracing a path across the United Kingdom from Brighton in the south to Cumbernauld Newtown in the north. As other great writers, Banham was able to produce memorable incipits. One of them, the incipit of the text, The Wilderness Years of Frank Lloyd Wright, he released in 1969, is particularly fit for today's event. Quoting Banham, "Let us now praise famous men in chronological order. Really, the keeping of centenaries is among the dotier rituals of Western culture. The purely numerical magic of 10 by 10 drives us to comb the works of famous artists, politicians, architects, plaintively inquiring, what survives of his achievement after 100 years? Since this is a purely rhetorical question, deserving the answer, who cares? The centenary orator hurries to ward off this vulgar riposte by inventing achievements that had not been noticed before. So why am I bothering to play the centenary game? Because I think there are some things that did factually happen in Wright's career, but which have eluded historical understanding and critical attention." End of quote. Indeed, these lines frame very well Banham's wit and way of operating, bringing back to surface and attention topics and issues that have been, in his opinion, largely forgotten or overlooked, or even despised. The vastness and relevance of his intellectual legacy, from hundreds of articles and essays to milestone books and innovative pedagogical experiences as The Time and Place of Your Life, he taught at the Bartlett with Adrian 40, and the Building Life Cycles program he ran in Buffalo with Boniface Albert, provide already a convincing answer about why we should care about his work. I do believe that the opportunity to play today the centenary game, in Banham's words, will give us the possibility to actually bring to surface and discuss facts and ideas that have eluded historic understanding, to read and possibly test their timeliness in light of our present and future epochal challenges. We all hoped to convene today to celebrate the 100th birthday of Banham in a light-hearted and joyous mood, as his figure would have suggested. The news coming from Ukraine faces us with a different reality. And I think you would all agree with me in expressing our firm and strong support to the Ukrainian people who suffered an unjustifiable aggression and invasion. Thank you. I would now leave the word to Adrian 40.
Hello, hello. Well, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this event on behalf of the Bartlett, which, as Ludovico said, has contributed towards it. Reyner Banham taught at the Bartlett for 12 years, from 1964 to 1976, and he was active and energetic in the setting up of the School of Environmental Studies, as the Bartlett was then called. That was the multidisciplinary architectural educational experiment that had been devised by Richard Llewellyn Davis. Now, Reyner Banham left no obvious legacy apart from his writing, which is what he cared most about. He wasn't particularly interested in posterity, and indeed he went out of his way to forestall attempts to turn him into a historical figure. All of which makes me wonder what he would have made of today's event if he's linked to us by some ethereal Zoom connection. As we've heard from Ludovico, he regarded centenaries as one of the dottier rituals of Western culture. Would he have been surprised, amused, flattered, scornful, indignant? Well, we'll never know. He leaves us guessing, as in so many other things. And so finally, I would just really like to thank Ludovico Centis, whose idea it was to mark the centenary of his birth in this way, and who has indeed done most of the work of organizing it. So he is the person who, he listed off lots of other thank yous to many other people, but it's Ludovico who really deserves the most of our thanks. Okay, back to you, Ludovico.
Thank you, Adrian. Too kind. So today, as I mentioned before, there are going to be 8 duets that are intended to be fast discussions about 8 topics that proved to be key in Banham's work and life. The first of these duets is dedicated to the topic of society, that actually I think is the one I discussed that with both Shumi and Adrian when I invited them, is the one I struggled more to find the right word. But I'm sure that through the presentations it will be clear what is that about. So the 2 speakers for this duet are Adrian Forti, who is Professor Emeritus of Architectural History at the Bartlett School of Architecture, UCL, and Honorary Curator of Architecture at the Royal Academy in London. He's the author of Objects of Desire, Design and Society since 1750, Words and Buildings, A Vocabulary of Modern Architecture, Concrete and Culture, and Material History. The other speaker who is here with us today is Shumi Bose, a teacher, curator, and editor based in London. She's a senior lecturer in architecture at UAL, Centre St. Martin's, and visiting lecturer at the Architectural Association School of Architecture and at the Royal College of Art. She has worked as a curator of exhibitions at the Royal Institute of British Architects and at the Venice Biennale of Architecture, where we often met in those glorious days. So I would, for now, leave the word to Adrian again, and then to Shumi.
Okay, well, Shumi and I have been asked to talk about Banham and society. Now, I don't think that society is something that Banham gave much thought to. And as far as I'm aware, he never wrote directly about it. This might seem odd, given that for 15 years he contributed to the magazine New Society, cover of which you see here. Now, ostensibly for social workers, under the inspired editorship of Paul Barker, New Society had a wide coverage of the arts, culture, the environment, education, as well as welfare. The cover of this issue gives a good idea of the range of things that it covered. So an article about the replanning of Jerusalem after the Six-Day War, an article about using recordings of teachers as a way of training new teachers, an article about Britain's entry into the common market, an article by Banham about the Santa Monica Pier, an article by Gillian Tyndall about the history of a street in North London and the process of gentrification. There were also articles in the issue about the introduction of museum charges and one by Peter Hall on plans for a new East London road tunnel. So you can just see the kind of variety of things that it covered. Now, despite Banham's commitment to New Society, and I would say that he did some of his best writing for it, he never dealt with society as such. But although Banham didn't have anything to say about society, he was very sensitive to what was, in many ways, the main social issue of his lifetime, that is social class. I had a glimpse of this one evening when we were chatting in the office. When I went to work for him, I shared an office with him and we spent a lot of time talking together. And I, a green, naive 25-year-old, was going on about what a great film I thought David Lean's Brief Encounter was. There was a short silence, and Banham just said, it was a bloody awful film. He didn't say any more, and the conversation moved on. Now, it so happens, and this is pure coincidence, that Brief Encounter was screened on TV last night. And in case you didn't watch it and aren't familiar with it, I'll play you a very short clip from it.
Please, could you give me a glass of water? I've got something in my eye and I want to bathe it. Would you like me to have a look? Oh, no, don't trouble. I expect the water will do. Thank you.
Bit of coal dust, I expect.
The man I knew lost the sight of one eye through getting a bit of grit in it.
Nasty, very nasty.
Better? I'm afraid not. Ooh.
Can I help her?
Oh, no, please, it's only something in my eye. Try pulling your eyelid down as far as it'll go.
And then blowing your nose. Please let me look. I happen to be a doctor.
That's very kind of you.
Oh, turn around right, please. Now look up. Now look down. Keep still. That's it. There.
Oh, what a relief. It was agonizing.
Looks like a bit of grit.
It was when the express went through. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, well, in this clip, there's a class encounter. The working class tea lady and the ticket collector are comics. Their responses to Celia Johnson's distress are ineffective and irrelevant. The middle class doctor steps in and uses his authority, an authority of class as much as of medical know-how, to take over and resolve the situation. Now, there are all sorts of reasons why Banham might have disliked the film as much as he clearly did. One of them, though, is the exercise of privilege, the privilege and self-entitlement of the middle class. What he would refer to as officer class behavior and officer class attitudes, that is to say, people who assumed rights and authority by virtue of their class background, were guaranteed to get on Banham's wick. And since much of the architectural establishment of his time consisted of officer class persons, many of his contemporaries had been in the army, a lot of them in the Royal Engineers, it's easy to see how irritated and antagonistic he could sometimes feel towards at least some architects. But although Banham disliked privilege, it didn't mean necessarily that he sided with the underdog. Generally speaking, the people he was most drawn to were outsiders, autodidacts, loners, anyone whose outlook was not conditioned by the received wisdom of their social baggage. Always wary of organised politics, he distanced himself from convictions of some of his contemporaries. Banham was critical of some of the traits of the British left, in particular its tendency to romanticize the working class. He'd make cutting remarks about sentimental hoggetry, a reference to Richard Hoggett's Uses of Literacy, a 1950s classic of the Fabian left, and about prole cult glamorization of working class life. The idea of ennobling working class culture he found patronizing and unrelated to his own experience. As far as he was concerned, people wanted nothing more than to escape from its dreariness. The inward-lookingness, the complacency, the smugness of British cultural life and society, he always found stifling. And it was, I think, from his reaction to this that came much of the energy that went into his writing and was part of the appeal to him of the United States and its supposedly classless society. So the long and the short of this is that I suppose one could say that society did matter to Banham, but not taken in any obvious or conventional sense. Okay.
Thank you, Adrian.
All right. No pressure then, no, to follow Adrian, who probably has a much more authentic claim to Banham than I do. First of all, thank you for being here and listening. And the picture is there, so you don't have to look at me just in case, but it's not going to do anything. It's just a background. Thank you, Ludovico, for inviting me to be part of this reflection on Banham that you've been working on for a long time now, and that has led to all sorts of surprising and unexpected revelations from around the world over the last year. It's been something that we've been keeping an eye on and taking part in. So thanks for the invitation. And normally I would hate the kind of disclaimers or kind of apologies, especially going as a woman of color, to start off by saying, well, I'm not this, but in the context, having to speak after Adrian 40, I do feel like it is slightly a bit of a setup to be talking about Banham and society, although I'm encouraged that we both used a cover of New Society to illustrate where we're coming from. So rather than kind of confess to an imposter syndrome that I'm sure we've all felt at various times, I think Banham must have felt it too. My personal reading. Even though he did have impeccable scholarship, I do think it was something that perhaps played with him. I see Ben nodding, so I'm very grateful. Really, I have no particular scholarship claim to Banham himself. Sorry, I'm going to try and stay here. In fact, my closest relationship to Banham is on a daily basis. My password to sign into my workstation is often some permutation of Banham or one of the works he's written. Not my passwords to anything significant, don't get ideas, but every day to plug into work goes through Banham. So I guess that's a fairly intimate relationship. And it's that kind of intimacy and the meaning within that I'm going to try and talk about today. So on the occasion of this birthday party and amid such brilliant colleagues, I'm noting not only Professor Forti, but also Mario Carpo, who was my techno enthusiast when I was doing my MA at this school. I guess I'm not going to be offering this kind of scholarship or expose on something particular I've read, but rather this kind of strangely superficial but also intimate relationship that I have with Banham. So on the one hand, it's personal, and on the other hand, there are attempts to deal with his work as a scholar, and that is to say my attempts to look at his work for my students, with my students, who always live in my head, all 350 plus of them. Also, as a teacher of architectural history, it's my task to try and make the subject approachable, to try and profess my love for it, as I think Banham did, and provided a point of inspiration for me. I keep going off script, sorry. And also, I don't normally speak from script. This is why I haven't even set my timer up. There are obviously differences between Banham and myself, right? Socio-structural barriers. Although when and where I grew up, I don't think I was capable of reading those things as barriers, my social structural situation. It's only now that I'm reflecting that actually, yeah, no, we did have some issues. Still, my partner of many years is used to me moaning, of many years. So when I was studying architectural history, he got used to me moaning that I'm never going to grow up to be that guy. I'm never going to grow up to be that old man with the beard and the pipe smoking, although that might still happen. There was always this envy of this master, much as I know I shouldn't be doing that. But it was a fondness, a sort of kinship with Banham that kind of differed him from other scholars that I was reading or working with. My first job was editing a book of Alan Colquhoun's text. So speaking of a sort of arch tone, and in contrast, Banham was a bit of a hero of mine because he obviously made it possible for us to consider a groovy architectural historian. And of his sort of polymathic interests, I don't think I've ever broken it down so much as in the last year at the invitation of Ludovico, and also at the invitation of some people in LA to think about the 50-year anniversary of 4 ecologies there. So looking back at this intimate relationship then, coming back from my students, I remember these kind of brief flirtations with people in my mind. And so a flirtation with Banham's former teacher, Pevsner, because that's what I think girls in my position do. You sort of intellectually flirt with these people and wonder if you would get on. So I remember thinking, Pevsner had a radio station in 1955. That's pretty cool. But then I think Banham, with his kind of double edge of scholarship and delight, irreverence, the tone where you see him on screen saying, look, mate, this sort of tone, which would speak to popular culture, and also had a radio series, as well as, the Reyner Banham Loves LA, the way that we get our students to love Banham. So I'm surrounded by people who are far more knowledgeable on biographic details and academic research aligned with, let's say, Banham studies. But I think one of the things that I found particularly illuminating was the way that he wrote, not only for Architectural Review and reflecting on the theme of society, but also for New Statesman, Living Arts, London Review of Books, New Society, Zodiac, The Listener. His polymathic and I won't say non-hierarchical, but I'd say kind of quite broad distribution of his enthusiasm, of his knowledge, and of his insight. From the bibliography of Towards the Drive-In, from a quote from Towards the Drive-In bibliography. It says, the book list below therefore makes no distinction between what is easily available and what is difficult. Every item is, to my mind, worth pursuing, especially the first. What is readily available, that is. So removing the sort of mystique of, scholarship in its white tower. So this sort of polymathic enthusiasm with which Banham was doing his career seems to me not such a bad cause, and hopefully not too divergent from what I'm trying to do, what many of us are trying to do. Education, yes. Cultural production, too. Social justice, also. Editing, talking, translating. And seeing that not necessarily as a way to guarantee income in the light of recent industrial actions for teachers, but rather as a real practice, a kind of practice philosophy. Recent book on, I'm waiting for the bell. Recent book on Banham has, the author Williams cites this, let's say, conflict or tension that Banham skates, or seems to me to skate, and one which I relate to also. And it's this adherence to a kind of socialistic policies or a mainstream Labour politics, but also a sort of genuine love of mass-produced consumer culture. And this sort of tension seems to inflect a lot of the writings. There's a moral motivation, but there's also this unabashed delight in a kind of classless capitalist consumer utopia, especially after the move to America. So it seems to me in the text. And I think I'm particularly interested in that issue of New Society where Banham, along with Peter Hall, Paul Barker, Cedric Price, all the lads, advocated for non-plan, which was, I'm just going to quote one sentence, the notion that the planner has the right to say what is right is really an extraordinary hangover from the days of collectivism in left-wing thought, which has long ago been abandoned elsewhere. Now, we've seen what has happened, oops, I don't know how to deal with that. We've seen what has happened in the abandonment of centralized planning or any kind of controlled planning. We've seen in various parts of London what has happened, and I wonder what Banham would have to say about that. I'm going to skip forward a little bit and just get towards the gift that I perhaps wanted to give Banham on his birthday. And it does come from this kind of reading of 4 ecologies and this sort of, there are many blind spots that it would be easy to point out with Banham. Like he discusses LA in such detail, but glosses over the Watts riots. There's a lot of gendered privileging of, you know, the famous men that we put in chronological order. Yes, there are ways in which we could, you know, hold up things in societal concerns now and say, what do you think about this now? I mean, the fact that everybody has the right to produce culture at the same time that does engage in a capitalist mechanism, there are questions that I'd ask over dinner. But in terms of a gift, it was more from the kind of swinging attitude that I think Banham has encouraged in my own scholarship and my own joy of scholarship. I was reading his essay of the same name, A City as a Scrambled Egg, at the same time that I was reading Audre Lorde's Uses of the Erotic. And there are similar metaphors, bear with me, there are similar metaphors. The City as a Scrambled Egg seems to describe his delight in how LA is not really planned, no, and a kind of product of what goes, what flies. Whereas in the Uses of the Erotic, Audre Lorde talks about a pellet of yellow dye that is massaged through a white pack of margarine. And she's talking about the erotic charge being a kind of delight in shared experience. Massaging that through life doesn't seem like, it seems like it's enough. The visual parallel to me of the scrambled egg and the Uses of the Erotic was enough. So I would like to offer a 5th ecology as a birthday present, and that might be an ecology of the erotic to Banham. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I think for this duet and also for the coming ones, if there's any question from the public or from also from the people online that could be passed through, maybe for this time I start with a kind of question both for Adrian and Shumi. And like also this morning, I went to watch a very hard to find documentary, which is Road to El Dorado. And to me, once more was kind of clear the kind of empathy that and the closeness Banham got with his the landscapes he studied, but also the people actually modifying and living in those landscapes. And I think Adrian also on the other side today spoke about the kind of distance, if I'm not wrong, Adrian, that Banham was trying to, or the kind of not completely empathic approach you might imagine he could have with the working class. So I'm asking you, and also because I know, Shumi, you are very, in a way, very engaging and empathic person when you deal with issues that surround your work, but also society in a way, no? What is for you both the possible balance between these two dimensions as scholar, between empathy with the subject you're studying with, and the kind of distance you could or you might take. Yeah, come.
Do I have to take that first? Adrian, do you want to go?
You can go.
Be empathic. Sorry, repeat the question for me.
What's
the right balance?
In your case, I think it's clear you're more empathic and engaging, or
yeah, but it's a choice. No, it's definitely a choice. It's not an easy one. Obviously, at the beginning of my career, to go back to this imposter syndrome, then I think at the beginning of my career, I was, compelled to throw myself into scholarship. And this is where I imagine a kinship with Banham, because, coming from a working class background, the son of a gas engineer himself, more involved in the technical aspects of construction of machinery rather than, let's say, the more scholarly or academic aspects of architecture school. I went to art school. I didn't go to architecture school. I used to sneak into this room behind students and just catch lectures all the time. So yeah, chips on shoulders definitely have to be managed. And at the beginning of my career, I would kind of throw myself into that kind of activity. And I do love scholarship. It's just that having to kind of keep up with it is a sort of pressure that I empathize with. And I empathize with it in my students too. It's just that now I have permission generally, and I give myself permission to be the other way too. And Banham was instrumental in allowing me to do that. But then Banham's Banham, right? He has the scholarship as well. Whereas particularly over the last years, I think I've been able to acknowledge that it is useful to recognize the experience of where you come from and use that as a sort of strength. So where I come from is a place where people live inside out and they're affected by the world very, very deeply. And so, yeah, I'm kind of fine with bringing that. I mean, I read recently, I did know that Banham had colleagues in the military and so on, but I read recently that I think, Adrian, you might be able to correct me, a factory where he worked was bombed and some 200 of his colleagues were killed.
Yes.
Yes.
And probably one, the engine plant at Bristol company.
Now, if anyone was
sheltered for the direct hit, and he lost almost all of the colleagues he had been working with in that one instance. And because he was young and expendable, he was on the roof fire watching. So he survived. Yeah. And there was a lot about his Bristol experience which he would not discuss with me. Right.
Whereas I think today we might be encouraged to deal with trauma in some way or recognize architectural trauma. I'm minded of several essays that are flying around at the moment.
I have mentioned survivor guilt. Yeah, obviously, yes, he's not only imposter syndrome, but survivor guilt as well. So yes, he felt a very strong need to interact with people around him because there was so much back there in his history.
I think for Banham to see that empathy as a strength would have been a tremendous weapon or asset for him had society allowed him to do so at the time. As it was, I think he kind of made a point of only flying the freak flag and not any particular allegiance, and I'm with that too.
Yes, and also, of course, you have to remember that of his age cohort,
yes,
there was not a particularly unusual experience. It was an extreme version of it.
That's true.
For someone who had not been in combat, that was a very extreme situation.
Yeah. So listen, I'm not sure I'm answering your question, Ludovico, but just to say that I feel like I have given myself, but also society has given me more permission to be more empathic with my students. And I think there's a value that they recognize in that too, where perhaps Banham tried to carve that with his various kind of modes or personas that he could kind of exaggerate in one or another column or one or another publication that hosted him. I'll stop there. I think Adrian needs to chime in at some point.
But Adrian, we also spoke about this before, and actually the title of the visit to school, I thought last year, was an homage to the time and place of your life. And I think that was actually a kind of way of being empathic with the students also, right? Engaging with the time span of their lives.
Well, just to explain this, we taught a first-year undergraduate course in the history of architecture, which was calculated to go back to the birth date of that cohort of students. So it started in, I think, 1971 or 1970. So an 18-year-old student would have been born in whatever it was, the early, late 50s. I mean, actually, we started a bit earlier than that. We started with the Festival of Britain. But the idea was that, you know, we should deal with the lived experience of the cohort of students who were incoming, and that it was in a way of engaging with them and recognizing that, you know, their lived experience was what mattered. So yes, in that sense, it was empathic, I suppose. I don't know that it was particularly empathic beyond that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll try to stick to the timetable because we have a lot of interventions today. So I would like to thank Adrian and Shumi for opening this series of duets. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Sure. Ben, it's okay. Thank you. The second duet is dedicated to modernism. And the two speakers are Richard Williams, who is in Brazil now. He's professor of contemporary visual cultures at the University of Edinburgh. His recent books include Reyner Banham Revisited, The Culture Factory, Architecture and the Contemporary Art Museum, and Why Cities Look the Way They Do. He's writing a book on urban motorways. That's why he's in Brazil now. Barbara Penner is professor in architectural humanities at the Bartlett School of Architecture, UCL, and is currently a Leverhulme Major Research Fellow. She's author of Bathroom and has co-edited numerous books on gender, space, and architecture. She's a contributing editor of Places Journal. And I would also like to thank you, Barbara, personally for also the discussions we had before organizing this. So Richard will start. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just share the screen. So. Right. Okay, I'm going to assume that's okay. Well, thank you, Ludovico. Thank you for the phenomenal organisation of this event. I know everyone else involved with it. It's really marvellous to see all this going on. And what a great start. So thank you, Adrian, for bringing up the issue of class, of social class. I mean, very important. And also Shumi for the all of those thoughts about teaching. And I think for many of us in the room, then it's through teaching Banham that some of the most revealing or interesting things have happened. So anyway, forgive me, I'm going to read this for the sake of brevity. So if it's a little stilted, I apologise, but I'll just do that. What can you say about Banham and modernism in 7 minutes? Given Banham's multiple contradictions, anything I say will no doubt be wrong. I'm sure that's the case. And for the sake of brevity, by modernism, I also mean the modern movement, modern architecture, and so on. There's no time to discuss the finer points of the terminology. But here are some 4 thoughts on modernism, on Banham and modernism. So firstly, I think Banham was perpetually, it seems to me, disappointed by modernism, at least by modernism in practice. And we find that disappointment right from the moment we first meet him in public in the early 1950s at the Institute of Contemporary Arts in London, then under the directorship of Herbert Reed. And the one thing that the independent group, with Banham as de facto chair, could all agree on was that it disliked Reed's ICA, Reid seems to have paid them little attention by return. Under Reid, the ICA for the independent group represented the establishment, and modernism was a form of good taste, yet another means of imposing class-based social order. Reid's modernism had nothing much to say about technology or the emerging areas of mass-produced popular culture, those areas the independent group was most interested in. And if anything, the ICA seemed to wish that those things didn't exist. At the same time as the independent group meetings, in the essay The New Brutalism, and you see a spread from it from there, 1955, Banham wrote about his disappointment with what architectural modernism had become in practice. He thought it had been neutralised as a revolutionary force through what he called the new art history, not what we tend to mean by the new art history now. And it had been stripped, he thought as well, of technological ambition in the Swedish-influenced work of the London County Council Architects Department. And Banham was constantly mischievous about modern architecture's heroes too, like Le Corbusier. He thought Corb didn't understand lighting or how to control the temperature of buildings, both of those stories from the architecture of the well-tempered environment. Corb edited those famous pictures of the grain elevators in Vers une architecture too, to make them look more modern, and that story, that analysis from A Concrete Atlantis much later on. And even in Los Angeles, the book and the film, Banham seems disappointed with modernism, writing with more enthusiasm about roadside hamburger joints than the case study houses. The hamburgers were implicitly more authentic. Modernism in practice for Banham rarely lived up to the promise. It was too often just style. But having said that, secondly, Banham's disappointment with modernism stemmed, I think, from a fundamental belief in it. Criticism is also attention, and Banham was constantly attentive to modernism. Modernism was a constant reference point, the book, as it were, that he carried everywhere. And the last book he published, A Concrete Atlantis from 1986, ends with a highly poetic account of the Fiat factory at Turin Lingotto, designed by Giacomo Matritrucco and opened in 1923, the car plant famously with the test track on the roof. It is, in retrospect, a kind of summation of his understanding of modernism, a wild, brilliant, and in the end rather impractical building that embraces all of the contradictions and all of the promise of technology without turning it into a style. So Turin Lingotto brings us, thirdly, to futurism. And there you see Sant'Elia, the Città Nuova from 1914. For that building, Turin Lingotto is the nearest thing there is to a futurist cathedral. I don't know who said that in the first place, but I'm borrowing it. Banham's modernism is really futurism, it seems to me. Futurism was modernism, of course, but of a singular kind, multidisciplinary and dynamic, comfortable with technology as a disruptive force, sometimes a violent one. Theory and design in the first machine age was in essence a futurist history of modernism, as many have said. It's the thing he writes about with the most enthusiasm. Banham thought it the only form of modernism that accounted properly for technological modernity. Its notorious founding myth was, after all, a car crash, from which its leader, Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, emerged enlightened. It was also, in the evidence of its visual art, a modernism comfortable with the early signs of consumer culture. Images of consumer products and advertising pepper its paintings. There's the painting in the tape, the Gino Severini suburban train arriving in Paris. Banham's enthusiasms spoke to this selective futurist understanding of modernism. Brutalism, at least in its early, mostly unrealised promise, or Buckminster Fuller's Dymaxion car and house, the air conditioning system of the Belfast Royal Victoria Hospital, or James Stirling's 1960s work, as you see here. Here's Banham clambering about in a great photograph, clambering about in the lattice work of the history faculty at Cambridge. Banham's futurism is certainly, fourthly, it seems to me, capacious enough to include his work on Los Angeles, which is for me, as for countless others, many in the room no doubt, my entry point into Banham's work. What you're looking at here is the famous junction of the 405 and 10 freeways, fascinating object. Much of this work on LA admittedly reads as the opposite of modernism. On the face of it, for example, it celebrates all of the things that architectural modernism was generally not. Kitsch, bad taste, excessive, popular culture. Popular. In the LA work, there's an enduring fascination for bizarre roadside architecture, especially that associated with fast food. And I think that maybe this will come up later, but I think Banham and food is a wonderful topic. Here Banham's approach is on the face of it postmodernist with its celebration of kitsch and surface. The chapter on fantastic architecture, there it is, begins with a memorable account of a hamburger and its evolution, at least in Banham's mind, from a utilitarian meal adapted to a life on the move to an arrangement of disparate elements, most of them there for visual effect. Like the fantastical roadside buildings in which it is typically served, the fantastic hamburger has evolved beyond function, beyond food, to a form of display in which all of its constituent parts are disposable. But once you've abandoned the idea, as Banham did, it seems to me, that modernism is style, then there's no particular reason the fantastic hamburger and its roadside home might not be included. For Banham, modernism's promise was capacious and open, not austere and closed. There's no reason to suppose that Sandelia's futurist city, the Città Nuova, might not have been peppered with fast food stands had it actually been realised. So if we're looking for consistency in Banham in his modernism, it's futurism rather than modernism that's arguably the more useful term. For Banham, it was something like the most authentic form of modernism. And perhaps Banham's use value here is less as an advocate of modernism than a critic of it, in order to shore up something related but ultimately separate: modernity. Where modernism and modernity intersect, as in futurism, he's unquestionably a modernist. Where they don't, he is its critic. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello, Richard, as well online. And Ludovico, thank you so much. And Manache, also Bob Scheel, if he's online, thank you for making this happen. So rather than talk today about how Banham saw modernism, I'd like to talk about how he embodied modernism for architectural students between the mid-1950s and mid-60s. In my own institution, the Bartlett, Banham reputedly blew in like the proverbial wind of change in 1964, upending the content, approach, even the spirit of teaching in the school. Banham's arrival was captured by Bartlett's student, Louis Hellman, and he shows the moment of Banham's arrival. Now Hellman was taught that architecture started in 1907. And Banham, of course, rides in on an exemplar of canonic metafunctionality, his beloved Brompton bike. In reality, the Bartlett Banham cycled into was already in the midst of change. In the late 1950s, Bartlett students with RIBA support rebelled against the Beaux-Arts-influenced faculty led by Hector Corfiado. And Hellman said of Corfiado that he taught architectural history as if it ended in 1908. In 1960, Corfiado would be replaced by Richard Llewellyn Davis, now perhaps best known as the master planner of Milton Keynes. Llewellyn Davis modernized the school's curriculum, embracing a much more multidisciplinary and research-driven approach. It was very important to Llewellyn Davis that a trained architect, a trained historian, someone with a PhD, be part of his project. Hence, he turned to Banham. Banham was an incredibly smart choice. He was someone who could at once satisfy the demands of the student rebels, as well as the push for more serious architectural research. And this was in the wake of the Oxford Conference of 1958. By 1964, Banham already had one major book under his belt. And during his 12 years at the Bartlett, he'd author many others as well. But even though he was a leading authority on modernism, Banham's version of it was never orthodox or remote. And Richard has already summed this up. As Banham's colleague, Robert Maxwell, put it, while many treated modernism as if it was already in the limbo of historical style, Banham himself saw it as dynamic, kept alive by the need to find creative solutions to functional problems. So in his account, modernism kept regenerating. And this was obviously a very appealing, very hopeful message for students who saw Banham, like his version of modernism, as dynamic, plugged in, switched on. Well before 1964, Bartlett students knew of Banham through his criticism, his independent group activities, his lectures here at the AA. In this 1959 Bartlett student collage, we see his name being passed through word of mouth. Rainham? No, Reyner Banham. The ultimate insider knowledge. It's like currency, his name. His engagement with the contemporary would also significantly shape Banham's teaching. As Adrian mentioned, in 1969, Adrian, I think that's what we established with my students when you spoke to them. He'd introduced this course called The Time and Place of Your Life, in which history started not in 1907, that was already too remote, but in 1951, which was the birth year of the incoming cohort and also the Festival of Britain. Around that time, however, the larger Bartlett experiment was hitting a rough patch. Bartlett students felt that Llewellyn Davis was pushing too far towards the social sciences and the building sciences, and he was really leaving the arts behind. Their discontent would spill out in 1968 with another rebellion. And sadly, the photo of their outpourings in the Waits House lobby is rather hard to make out. It's not clear exactly what's being protested or what is fascist. And maybe somebody in this room can speak to this later. But Banham's role is also not entirely clear. We see him there in the right-hand panel, and it almost seems as if he's the presiding god of the rebellion. Design schools only have a 10-year life, he says. My God, what's the date? It makes sense that he would be sympathetic to the students. Apart from his own lifelong anti-authoritarianism, he would have agreed that functionality was not simply a matter of user research or good acoustics. It was always much more to him than that. But his position is a bit ambiguous. In another panel in which the rebels run through the Bartlett faculty, they go name by name, and you see they particularly denounce those who work for the super lord, Llewellyn Davis. And you see Banham in his own category, now described as professor of trend. And this seems to indicate that Banham is being regarded maybe not less affectionately, but less reverently than before. Indeed, by the late 60s, early 70s, we see some harder edges emerging in the student body. We see more anger, more activism, more Marxism, more structuralism, more questioning of canonic metafunctionality. And Banham would, of course, find himself facing down a hostile crowd of student protesters at the 1970 Aspen Design Conference. Banham never lost his popularity as a teacher, and when you speak to Bartlett students from that time, they always invoke him with great affection and respect. But it was probably inevitable that as the mood turned against that grand old vehicle of modernism, the man who was so synonymous with it would take some knocks.
Thank you. Any comment or question among the public or through the chat? I think there was a kind of famous quote by Banham that says that if you don't change your opinion in your life, it seems that you have no intelligence, no, in a way, which is kind of provocation, I think. But I think it is indeed true that there's many Banhams, and I think each of us possibly has a closer relationship to one or the other. And I think, as Barbara correctly pointed out, what happened in 1970 at Aspen has been really a turning point in his career. And also, I think it's a bit doesn't make much sense, in my opinion, to not recognize the fact that he changed his approach to history and the discipline of the history of architecture. And by instance, and then Irene, I saw you raise your hand. I'm saying something super quick. There's a very famous historical fact when Banham started a fight in the 50s with a group of Ernesto Natal Rogers about the fact that Italians were not engaged enough with modernism. And so at some point when I interviewed Gregotti and asked him why in the 80s, when you were director of Casabella, then you invited Banham, if 20 years before you had such a explicit clash of ideas. And he said the Banham in America was a completely different guy. And that's why we went well along after that. So I think it's also, as also Richard correctly pointed out, it's kind of surprising to find this very long excerpt from Persico, I think, at the end of Complete Atlantis, that somehow, I think, is a kind of act of peace, let's say, with Italian culture of the time. Irene?
It's really to express surprise, and maybe it refers to Barbara Penner's the last few words that she said. And in my mind, thinking with a lesser position of knowledge, Banham would have been the ideal person to speak on behalf of 1968. I mean, he came with this baggage of, or this sympathy for people who, as Adrian said at the beginning, are marginal. And May 68 was, at least in some ways, very, very much in favor of this. And I would have imagined that Banham would have been gleefully a leader, at least in some respects, of the student protest at that time. Yeah, but perhaps then the answer could be in the first session that Banham perhaps was not that interested in society.
I think there's another character that in Italy, Giancarlo De Carlo, who during the 60s, he wrote really standing clearly on the side of students. But then De Carlo, as a very smart and sharp figure as he was one of the first to understand that something was going wrong with 68. And he was one of the first to recognize that the way things turned were not what he hoped for change. And maybe Banham in the same way, I'm just guessing now, but I think the Marxism and all of that, and how it turned on, by instance, in Italian universities also, no? Maybe he foresaw that. I'm just guessing now, but I think also De Carlo is someone you would imagine that would always stand on the side of the students, but then very quickly he recognized that something was going not as he hoped. Ben, you wanted?
He was in Paris in 68 at the height of the action. And he returned claiming that he had seen written on a wall, "Je suis un Marxiste, tendance Groucho." I think this is actually his attitude from the very beginning to all this, was that it was very performative and it was very middle class.
It is interesting, and someone in this room may well know more than I do, but as far as I'm aware, Banham never wrote about the student protests. And it was fascinating, actually. I went through New Society, all the issues from 1968. And of course, the New Society contributors were obsessed with the student protests, and most wrote very favorably about them, people like Morris Punch. And Banham, during that period, contributed an article on the Oldsmobile, and one on Barbarella, and one on another subject. It seemed like he was almost consciously retreating his obsession was with Los Angeles, not San Francisco, which of course at that time was the heart of the countercultural movement. And it was very specific, it seems to me. So what Ben says makes a lot of sense. I think probably he extended personal sympathy to students, but I don't think it was support of the student movement per se.
Richard, yeah.
If I could just jump in, I mean, it's such an interesting question. You could have a whole, day talking about this. I think if I remember rightly, there's quite a there's a bit on this question in the IDCA book. So when Banham's talking, there is some commentary on the 1970 incident when clearly he feels under some threat. And I know, I mean, Ben and I talked about it a little bit a while back, and it's very interesting. I suppose there's also Tony Vidler's talked about it, I think, quite a bit, or he's talked about it in terms of the class argument and the idea that that Banham might have been in a position where he has to talk to various publics or who have different and conflicting views, and therefore he can't be aligned to one in particular, and that this is a constant throughout the career. There's a lot in that. I was going to say something else and I've forgotten, but it's a great topic.
Thank you. So we move to the next. So the next duet is dedicated to technology. We have here with us Penny Sparke. She's a professor of design history at Kingston University, having been previously at Brighton Polytechnic and the Royal College of Art. Her books include As Long as It's Pink, The Sexual Politics of Taste, The Modern Interior, and Nature Inside, Plants and Flowers in the Modern Interior. Then we have online Mario Carpo, who is the Reyner Banham Professor of Architectural History and Theory at the Bartlett, University College of London, and Professor of Architectural Theory, the Angewandte University of Applied Arts, Vienna. Carpo's research and publications focus on the relationship among architectural theory, cultural history, and the history of media and information technology. His most recent book is The Second Digital Turn, Design Beyond Intelligence. Thank you. Penny?
Do you have videos in your presentation? We can use the arrow keys here to go through. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lovely introduction. Thank you very much, Ludovico, and for organising. And it's great to be here today. Wonderful event. Which I think, like others, what would Ben be thinking about it? Okay, I've been asked to talk about the word technology in, quote, the frame of Banham's life work and legacy. He's been accused of having a rather naive utopian faith in the power of technology to save the world, one which failed to see its downsides, i.e. the damage to the environment wreaked by the automobiles he loved so much, for example. From the perspective of today, which is both skeptical about technology and completely dependent on it, Banham's faith may seem a little one-dimensional. However, I would like to briefly recontextualize it for you and try and show its relevance in a world in which Banham was brought up and which he set up in his career. So I'm going to sort of just very, very quickly try and sort of look at the other side. As I think it is, it's a rather naive thought, that one I mentioned before. We need to remember that Banham was brought up in Norwich on Saturday morning American movies, many of them science fiction extravaganzas, and popular literature, much of which presented technology as what Harold Wilson would later describe it as the Great White Heat. As Banham himself explained in 1964, the live culture, the culture in which we, for which Reed members of the independent group were involved, was American pulp, things like Mechanics Illustrated. I'm just reminding you of the kind of thing, this I think is a little bit later in the early 60s, but the kind of images they were looking at. So during his membership of the independent group, which we've talked about briefly, Banham drew on this romanticized, idealized view of technology with such memorable lectures as Vehicles of Desire, 55, in which he unpacked the extravagant excrescences of US automobiles to explain how manufacturers had turned them into fantasy machines in the eyes of their customers. Banham's seemingly uncritical love affair with the car was nuanced, however. He himself, as we've seen, and I think I've got another image, or there'll be others, kind of cars he was talking about, and there he is again with his molten minicycle. And again in 64, he wrote of his apparent unquestioning acceptance of the technological products of mass production industry. This, I think, is a really important quote from Who Is This Pop? We dig pop, which is acceptance culture, capitalistic. And yet in our formal politics, if I may use the phrase, he wrote, most of us belong very firmly on the other side. And we've talked, I think, about that sort of complex relationship he had with left-wing politics. I think, therefore, we must read Banham's embrace of technology in this two-headed, often contradictory way. And we've said already, he contradicts himself and he loves contradicting himself. It's a game he plays. And yet embrace it, technology that is, he certainly did. He began his professional life as an engineer, again, we've said that, and throughout his life supported what he saw as the humble anonymity of that profession, often contrasting it with what he sometimes felt was the self-righteousness and egotism of the architectural profession. And again, we've talked about that. His unswerving interest in the engineering and technological aspects of architecture underpinned several of his most important books, from his 69 Architecture of the Well-Tempered Environment, which was so strongly influenced by Siegfried Gideon, the 48 Mechanization Takes Command, to his incomplete study of the high-tech architects, which he was still penning at the end of his life. So it's a consistent thread through his literature. And again, people have mentioned that already today. The earlier book, The Well-Tempered Environment, influenced the work of Peter Cook and the rest of the Archigram team, whose work Banham admired and wrote about. Their combination of science fiction and technology fact was right up his street. And his engagement with technology informed several of what I think are his outstanding articles, among them The Great Gizmo of 1965, in which he conflates his two greatest passions, America and technology, and proclaims, and this is an important quote, I think, again, machines don't have the intellectual support and scrutiny that they deserve. And again, he's sort of opposing them with architecture, which he feels does. In that same year, he wrote a seminal piece, A House is Not a Home, in which he demonstrated how strongly buildings depended for their existence and functionality on the mechanical services. And this is something that's very dear to his heart, as we know, throughout his career. He was, in essence, asserting the importance of the unassertiveness of technology. I could go on, but I hope the point has been made. While he truly loved technology, and I can remember the immense joy with which he once showed me a dirigible hangar in California, which interestingly we saw some images of right at the very beginning, and he never lost his sci-fi spirit. But his engagement with technology was ultimately more than that. It was a way of him reminding architectural critics, historians, and practitioners how important and often overlooked technology is. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Mario, Carpo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Good. Now I have to find a way to share the screen. Hold on. Oops. Stay there. Share screen. Minimize. Been doing that for 2 years. Still not have learned it by heart. Good. Do you see my first slide?
Yes, we do.
Yes, perfect.
Good. Then I can start. Thanks, Ludovico, for the invite. And that's my topic. You see it on the screen. In the summer of 1969, ARC, the Journal of the Royal College of Art, devoted a thematic issue to mass production / customization, including a piece by Reyner Banham titled Software Hardware. There you go. I shall devote my 7 minutes to this Banham piece. It was published at the same time as Architecture of a Well-Tempered Environment. It was a short essay, but seen from today, historiographically meaningful. And of course, it was about automobiles. What else? In the summer of 1969, industrial modernity was in trouble. It was not running out of oil or raw material, that will come a bit later, it was just running out of favor. In 1921, Le Corbusier thought that mass-produced automobiles were the future. And that future, seen from 1921, looked promising. In 1969, that future has come, and Banham finds it boring, quote unquote. That's the word he uses. As a design piece, a single Citroën DS may be exciting design. But if there are many of them around, and they are all exactly the same, then as a group, in the aggregate, many identical Citroën DS, even many Citroën DS, may start to look a bit boring. This is not Banham's picture. I found it last night on the internet. It's the motorcade of General de Gaulle around 1964. Mass production achieves economies of scale through product standardization. But as Banham acknowledges in 1969, successful standardized products, when they end up being everywhere, lose all charm and may even look a bit obnoxious, as the one you see on the screen. Therefore, Banham claims post-industrial societies, end quote, must find ways to bring back some form of variability, his term, and surprise, his term, into mass production. Banham's solution, his alternative to the standard car, is the, I quote, customized car, end quote. A car that must be as unique as its maker. But mind his words, as its maker, not as its owner. Back then, the car industry itself had already started to market customizable cars via catalog-based multiple choice options. But Banham had another model in mind, activist hand-on customization, as practiced by the hot rodder movement. Hot rodders are car enthusiasts who modify and retrofit standard cars through ad hoc improvement and mostly using ready-made parts. The movement exists to this day somehow, but it was big in the 60s. The hot rodders were early hackers. They didn't buy a customized car, they bought a standard car, then they customized it. Now, by arguing for customization, differentiation, variation, and choice, Banham was in fact foreshadowing some core principles of what today we call postmodernism. and he was not the only one in 1961 to feel that the culture of standardization had run its course. Complexity and Contradiction had been published in 1966. And in 1964, Marshall McLuhan had already suggested a quite different technical fix for the same problem. A new kind of computer-driven assembly line, McLuhan claimed, will soon start to mass produce customized pieces instead of standard ones. Computer-driven electronic machines, again, Marshall McLuhan claimed, can manufacture 80 different kinds of automobile tailpipes at the same price as 80 identical ones. Now, this is what today we call digital mass customization. Computer-controlled milling machines of the kind that McLuhan seemed to have in mind had been tested at the MIT since 1959. But back then, there was no name and no market for computer-driven mass customization. And to some extent, there was no technology even. McLuhan singularly expanded on the same topic in other writings of the late 60s. But at the time, nobody noticed, nor did Banham. But there may have been another reason for that. Banham, in this piece I'm commenting, shows little affection for the incipient and rising tool of, I quote, computerization. He sees computers primarily as means of electronic control, invisible snoops, which inspire, I quote, worry and alarm, to be diverted and disrupted by hippies and by saboteurs. All electronic networks, in Banham's view, are hardware. The only possible software, in his view, is human creativity, hence Banham's plea and the title of his piece. Banham didn't care about electronics, even when anticipating activist hacking and what today we call crowdsourcing. Banham celebrates the power and the glory of a mechanical age. McLuhan's future was made of bits and bytes, Banham's of nuts and bolts. Well, bad timing, seen from today. Today we know the answer to the cultural decline of high modernism and to the technological obsolescence of the first machine age would not come from taming and tweaking the assembly line, from making softer hardware, as Banham thought in 1969. That would come from software. But Banham would not live to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Any comments, questions? Yeah, René?
Well, really, it's going to be always the same. I think it's your turn.
And after the Ben.
It's just a short comment, which is to say, at this time, this is on.
Yeah.
At the time, he was telling me that I should study computers, because everything in the future, whatever your subject is, you'll have to know about computers.
Did you?
Yeah, I had a short and fascinating career in IT before life went in other directions. Ask Simon Heron, for instance, about the early days of the Heron Associates using computer-aided design. I was in the thick of that. So, yes, I did.
Good, good. You followed good advice, but did he?
Well, you're just saying, he went at the same time he was writing an article complaining about everything turning into software, effectively. He was telling me to study computers.
Well, that's what a good teacher would do.
Just, you know, it's interesting to have this piece brought up for that very reason of timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's timing. Think about bad timing. I was just considering the timeline, which has been recalled. Think of a bad timing of publishing a book, which is, after all, a praise of unlimited energy waste on the eve of the first big oil shock. Now, for me, autobiographically, it is even worse, because I didn't read the original English version. I read the first Italian translation, which was published some 10 years later. Now, how do you translate into Italian Architecture of a Well-Tempered Environment? Well, you don't. The Italian title is something completely different, but it was still the same book. And it was published in the summer of 1979, I think. So or 78, anyway. I read it during the lockdown, which followed the second energy shock of 1979, the Iran revolution. So reading that book when there was no oil was a kind of how can I say, an anticlimax. And the same would apply to celebration of automotivity in the same time frame. And also, if we want, the book on megastructures in 1976 is a bit of bad timing, but he knew that, because he put that second thought in the title itself. So he knew that he was on the tipping point. It was already, yeah.
Yeah, it should also be said he was trying to write an historical record.
Yeah, and he knew, I forgot what's the title precisely, but there's something about the recent past.
Exactly.
So he knew that it was no longer.
And the same thing, people always do this thing about well-tempered environment, about it being bad timing. But in a sense, his original publication date, he was spot on, because everything was about to change.
Yeah. And in the second edition of Architecture of World, the second English edition, early 80s, he does add a new preface saying the energy crisis played me an ill turn. Yes, it really did. But
yeah. Okay.
Also, Penny, if you want to jump in.
I'm not sure I can jump in on that one. I think it was published right in an interesting time, as you say, in England in the first edition. When it gets later in Italy, things have changed rather a lot. Nothing else to add to that one, I don't think.
This is in a way a side comment, but I cannot remember whether it was you or whether it was Mario Carpo who showed the cover of the Hot Rod magazine, Mario. And there is a very famous essay. The title is very, very long, on precisely this customized cars by Tom Wolfe. And I've always been intrigued by the relationship or the non-relationship between Tom Wolfe and Reyner Banham, because they had, in a way, similar or overlapping interest, in a way, for pop cultures, for things on the margin and so on. And I wonder whether either of you had any comments on that.
Interesting, very interesting. Candy-colored streamlined baby, tangerine flakes, streamlined baby. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, yeah. Interesting. I think it's just they're on the other side of the Atlantic, aren't they? And therefore they come from completely different worlds. And we've talked about class, which is so hidden, if you like, within Banham, but not hidden, but it motivates him, I think, very deeply. And I think Tom Wolfe is in another world, where that doesn't exist in the same way. It exists, of course. Sorry, white suits, yes. Well, yeah, bootleg ties, and they both dress up a little bit. Yeah, they have that in common. But I think the cultural framework they were operating in is very different. But you're interesting. They do hit the same things.
Yeah, I think the one thing they had in common from very different vantage point was this enthusiasm for the vitality of popular culture, which for Tom Wolfe is a way to restate the priority of the American people against what they would say the European elites. That's something which, starting from then, has run a long course. Like just an ideological argument. Donald Trump must have read it.
For either Mario or Penny or Ludovico or anyone who has some insight on this. But I wonder, given the association between Banham and Cedric Price, and now his interest in, or like his evident interest in customization and so on, like if he had anything, or you see some kind of relationship between Price's interest in cybernetics and then that kind of carrying through to Banham. I was just wondering, not really an expert on this, but.
Penny, will you take that?
I was just saying it's not something I've thought about. I'd have to sit and think about that through a bit.
In theory, I have to say I haven't read all Reyner Banham, so there may be some crucial segment of the story which I miss. But by and large, I would say that he didn't really have an argument for cybernetic. That's my gut feelings, not corroborated by evidence. I cannot prove it. That's just my feeling. I could be proven wrong.
I think when you mentioned the fact that his interest is mechanization, that is it. And I mentioned his sort of looking back at Gideon, and it does come out of his interest of modernism, modern movement, and the way technology underpins the ideology there, and then through mechanization, but always this ambivalence and love and criticism at the same time, as we said, his relationship with modernism, it's double-edged. But I think it's historicized in a way, but it's contemporary for him, but he's just sitting at the period before cybernetics becomes significant for us.
Can I say something about this? Ludovico?
Yeah, it's Hadas. Yeah, it's Hadas.
So obviously, Banham was familiar with Price's interest in cybernetics, but cybernetics itself was not the technology or the software technology that Banham was correctly inferring would triumph, right? So cybernetics became basically AI. So to say that, I think that the idea that what Cedric was interested in technology was its facilitation. And I think that is very similar to the way I read Banham's interest in the same kinds of technologies. It has to do with facilitating life as you find it, as opposed to the exact format of that technology.
Yeah, and one additional reason why he may not have liked the spirit of electronics is that what he claims, what he reiterates, it's an invisible technology. You don't see what electronic does. You cannot see it at work. And he liked the visibility of technology. Nuts and bolts, things that you can bricolage, things that you can make with your hands. Whereas I remember even a passage somewhere where he speaks against underfloor heating, which in theory should be something that he would have been enthusiastic about. It's against underfloor heating because you cannot see where the heating comes from. Whereas a big stove, you can see it. So from this vantage point, all that is electronic is definitely invisible, so you don't like it. That's my guess.
Just to stick another detail in here, one of my father's favorite quotes was from Arthur C. Clarke, who said, all sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So the possibility of the invisibility of technology was definitely something he was quite comfortable with. We shouldn't dismiss that, but I'm not sure, but for his generation, it wasn't really achievable.
Yeah.
I think this is the other thing about the rise of electronics. From my generation, and I'm hardly a youngster nowadays, of course, of course, cybernetics, computers, price was really ahead of the game.
Thank you. So I have a question for you, super quick, Ben. So how do you think it influenced the passage or moving from Buffalo, where you had the remnants, the ruins of the previous American industry and technology, and moving to the Bay Area, where you had a complete opposite? Was actually a kind of desired shift from these two, apart from the snow? I know.
No, I mean, he had to get his mother out of the snow. Was as much as anything. Plus, he didn't receive the things he was promised in Buffalo, because New York State had gone bankrupt by the time he got there. So it was, he worked his contract like a good working class boy and moved on, and was rescued by New York connections who were at that point in Santa Cruz. He enjoyed the contrast between the old technology, the largely abandoned old technology of Buffalo, and the invisibility of what was really going on in Silicon Valley. You had people who lived up in the hills, you had people who ran computer companies, who were doing fundamental things to new technology. They lived in unincorporated areas up in the hills, in log cabins, and drove 20-year-old Volvos. So there's this sort of counterculture appearance and cutting edge military industrial complex lurking beneath the surface. He found that very interesting, including the absence of monuments to that industry. There were sheds. There weren't headquarter buildings. There was only one Fairchild Semiconductor. They'd gone bust.
Thank you.
It was the contrast he greatly enjoyed. I think he realized that the world had moved on, and it was a good moment for him to move on.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you all again. So we have the last duet of the first block before the break, and it's dedicated to pedagogy. We have Alice Twemlow. She is the Wim Krövel Special Professor in Graphic Design History, Theory, and Sociology at the University of Amsterdam. She's also an Associate Professor in Artistic Research at Leiden University and a Research Professor at the Royal Academy of Art, The Hague. She's the author of Sifting the Trash, A History of Design Criticism. And then we have Curt Gambetta. Curt is a designer and historian whose work focuses on material in post-colonial India, histories of fieldwork in architecture, and waste infrastructure. He's currently a visiting critic at Cornell School of Architecture, Art and Planning, and a PhD candidate at Princeton University. And I would add, Curt has been also a Banham Fellow in Buffalo before me. Thank you. Alice.
Hiya, hello. I'm going to share my screen. I hope this works. It's just one image. Do you see it okay, this image?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Okay, and you've seen it before, apologies for that, but I'm kind of zooming in on it a bit. And thanks to Adrian Forti for taking it, I believe. And some of the details are frustratingly blurry, but perhaps Adrian can help me decipher some of them afterwards. But since the title of this event is Confabulations, I'm going to start out with some of my own surmises. Yes, and as a reminder, the word I was assigned is pedagogy. So here is Professor Banham in his office at Bartlett School of Architecture. It's 1976, he's 54, he's looking pretty comfortable, 7 years into his architectural history professorship, despite the fact he still refers to it as his folding chair, ever fearing its ephemerality. Not only because it was the first of its kind in the UK, and not only because he entered this institution kind of through a side door of an alternative program and spent the first few years sitting in, which often meant on the ground with students, but also because his own educational trajectory had really taken the scenic route, with its grammar school scholarship, engineering traineeship at Bristol Airplane Company, adult education, art history in Norwich, learn it on the job journalism, and only second time lucky entry to the Courtauld, where he finally got the equivalent of a school chum boost from Nicholas Pevsner and Anthony Blunt. But the chair held up, regardless of any imposter complex baggage. Interesting, that comes up. In fact, at the time of this photograph, or this year anyway, he was just offered a new job as the head of the Department of Design Studies at State University, New York in Buffalo. He may even be smiling, but it's hard to tell with all that smoke from the cheap Jamaican cigars he buys in bulk in the US. His son, Ben, told me they were the sort of cigars that you would rather just chew than smoke. And all that beard. Grown during a Norfolk camping trip and considered an improvement by his family. By this point, it is a fixture. And although greying, it's still imposingly bushy. In its shade is what he characterized as a salve for the American domestic air traveler's experience of displacement, known to us as the bolo tie, which replaced the bow tie that accompanied him somewhat anachronistically, actually, well into the 60s. Some days he wears a jacket with badges. Today it's a brown shirt, tinted glasses. A watch is just visible there with some gizmo functions, no doubt. Well, what else is going on? You'll note there are 2 telephones, which I'm pretty impressed about. I mean, obviously, a telephone is a key tool of a writer. These are BT 746 rotaries, one in 2-tone grey, one in black. Adrian will have to tell us why there's 2, maybe one for each of them, maybe for international lines. It just looks impressive to me. I'm also pretty keen on that bulldog clip we can see over on the left of the image on the angle poise. The clipboard, or power plank, as Banham termed it, was the subject of one of his New Society essays, where his analysis of, the kind of finely tuned signals of what he called middle-class ascendancy, I think anticipates Ricky Gervais's The Office in many ways. He wrote then, if you're insecure about your precise rung in the hierarchy, Banham writes, the old power plank can be very reassuring. And he especially draws our attention to the clip part of the clipboard as really kind of symbolizing the power of the board wielder to take and clip down pieces of paper from those over whom dominion is given. And there's another one you can just see toward the back of there, which is being used to clip together what looks like a kind of semester timetable, which I think had borrowed the unit system from AA around this time. And that's pinned to a pinboard. Now, this is a really important feature. And for him, I think it bridges both his world of architecture school with its black box crits and pinups, and the world of pop, where his independent group buddies found that their knowing assemblages of cuttings resonated in polyphonic harmony all across North London studios and kitchens, because they'd all raided the same magazines that they'd sneaked out of the American Embassy library, often supplied or signaled by Banham. Our pop, now those were the days. And yet here in his ivory tower, well, actually, it's more beige than ivory, isn't it? But anyway, there's hardly a relic of that time when he positioned himself as its pop figure, its father figure, literally. Aye. There's a box of tissues on the top right shelf of the bookcase. Scotty's man size, if I'm not mistaken, with magic oval tissue delivery technology that he surely must have appreciated. Along with newspapers and crisp packets, tissues must be among the most disposable and mass-produced goods that Banham celebrated so enthusiastically, until that was, as we've heard, the wind changed direction around 1970. Sand got into the engine of the extraordinary adventure of mass production, and he had to abandon it in the Mojave Desert on the wrong side of the Dumont Dunes. Mid-desk, we can see in the kind of valley there, we can see a box of slides. Now, educated at the Courtauld, Banham really understood the power of that Wolflinian technique of visual comparison in a slide lecture, as well as sequencing, juxtaposition, and the kind of insertion of surprise or shock intrusion. These are sort of tested techniques. He built his arguments really visually, and using images, and often, in fact, mostly, all the photographs were those he took himself. Very rarely would he script out an entire lecture. He often just used the research quotations he wanted to refer to, but very detailed lists of slides as prompts. In a letter to Stefan Matthäusis, who was then in the Department of Art History at the University of East Anglia, in 1985, he was about to give a talk there, so he was kind of corresponding with him about it. He said, Banham wrote, "If it is to be an hour, near enough, don't expect me to arrive with a prepared text. For performances over 15 minutes, I always work simply from an annotated slide list. Also, I would rather devote time and research energy to getting and making new slides, since I will be in less documented territory once I get away from high Victorian train shed roofs." I think that's a sick burn to the architectural history community, by the way. And the last point he says is, "Could we tape record? And then I can produce a tidied up version for publication." Smart. And also another thing is that Banham really used the lecture format as a way to kind of test out ideas in progress. He said, it's at the beginning of a 1976 lecture on megastructures, which is in the AA archive, I think. He said, there comes a time when you're writing a book and you need to wave your ideas around in public and see if they make any kind of sense. And I really like that idea that, of testing out ideas to see if they stick in a sort of resonance of a public space. Okay, whizzing on. In the foreground of the desk, there's a stack of spiral-bound documents. So they're probably not the drafts for megastructures or his own articles. He wrote them out longhand on foolscap paper, because in the preparation for the move to Buffalo, and true to his word on expendability, he burnt them all in a bonfire. No, these are likely to be student papers. You can see a red marking pen at his fingertips. But marking up after the fact is not actually his pedagogic style. And this is did I hear the timer go off? Yes. Okay, so I better speed just to my last point then. The truth is that his teachings, at least on how to identify a research question, how to track a detail down to its source, how to see and evaluate the built environment, how to wield words to one's purpose, whether they existed yet or not, these are clearly laid down on the page for all to see in his articles and learn from, whether you're a student, an architect, or a gas engineer. So I'll just get to the last part, because this is what I wanted to say about his pedagogy, really, is that, it's about the way in which he expanded the kind of the long front of culture about which to write, including the crisp packets and the surfboards and all of that, but also about the how to write. He exposed the mechanisms of the writing process, of the research process for all to see. And I was going to quote a bit from O'Bright's Start, but I'll just refer you to it instead in his tracking down of a sheriff's badge and who designed it as a kind of exemplar of that. So the generosity conveyed by this kind of disclosure blurs the distinction between writer and reader, historian and critic, architect and citizen, and teacher and student. And That, to my mind, is the bright star by which pedagogy should be guided. Thanks, Reyner Banham. Shall I close the door? Okay. Sorry, it ran over a little, but that's done now. Thanks.
Thank you, Alice. Curt.
Okay, I think Alice, you need to maybe close your screen. Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank Ludovico for organizing this. We've been fellow travelers in learning about Banham's fieldwork, so I'm really happy to be able to present something about it today under this conversation about pedagogy. And I also want to flag that Bonifoy Albert, who I'm going to talk about in this short presentation, is also here in attendance, listening in. I don't think actually can participate, but is at least listening, who was one of her primary collaborators, one of Banham's primary collaborators in Buffalo. And thank you, Alice, for your presentation. I think there's a lot of overlap here, especially about an education in writing. So today I want to talk about Banham's use of fieldwork, which was a particularly important aspect of his pedagogy. To illustrate this, I want to show several examples from different personal and institutional archives of his fieldwork pedagogy at the University of Buffalo and UC Santa Cruz. Here's an example of Banham in the field. As Banham made clear in essays such as History and Psychiatry, written in 1960, firsthand observation corrected the mistakes and outright fabulations of modernist historiography, with verifiable facts about buildings, technology, and techniques of construction. In Banham's mind, the facts as they were added up to an alternative history of modernism, one that he aimed to revisit in his unfinished book on high-tech architecture, which others have mentioned today. But in a context of teaching, Banham made use of fieldwork to pursue other horizons for historical research and writing than those he argued for in published writing, which tended to keep fieldwork closely tied to its implications for architectural knowledge in a fairly strict sense. As a professor at the University of Buffalo during the late 1970s, Banham worked closely with the architect and professor Bonifoy Albert, who was instrumental to Banham's fieldwork in Buffalo. For their summer 1977 seminar and exhibition about what they called Buffalo's industrial heritage, Albert taught a class in making field notes and designed what she called a system of observation for documenting buildings whose attention to a building's material and technological life was informed by her background as an environmental designer. Here you can see an example of what student field notes typically looked like in the context of their work. In addition to Albert's system, Banham contributed a schematic syllabus for their course that emphasized visual comparison, thus cultivating a visual understanding of what field notes could be. He included 2 books that juxtapose historical and contemporary images of architecture, including The Functional Tradition in Early Industrial Buildings by J.M. Richards and Observations on American Architecture by Ivan Chermayeff. When applied to Banham's fieldwork with students, the 2 books' almost singular reliance on asynchronous visual affinities emphasize the primacy of visual recognition in the field, prior to historical analysis of existing documentation and discourse about a building. But noticing a visual cue in fieldwork was necessarily premised on a familiarity with something prior, he seemed to insist. In A Concrete Atlantis, Banham referred to his own acts of recognition as a, quote, double vision, a sense that every act of seeing buildings, details, and spaces was haunted by a prior image, including Eric Mendelssohn's photograph of the Washburn-Crosby grain elevator pictured here. In similar fashion, students concentrated on architectural elements that were connected to Banham's earlier fieldwork journeys. Photographs and a contact sheet taken by student Joseph Hrivniak, for instance, showed a brick stairwell and railing from both the position of ascent and a close inspection of its brickwork, as you can see here. Details like these were crucial to Banham's fieldwork. Think, for instance, of how Banham narrated his descent to the basement of Gropius's Fagiswerk building in A Concrete Atlantis. There he describes encountering what he called a, quote, not quite modern railing design, pictured below, that he claimed undermined the building's place in earlier histories of modernism. So far we have seen how Banham's visually oriented methodology shaped his students' approach to fieldwork, an approach that aligned well with the goals of his published writing. But their fieldwork in Buffalo led to other inquiries that did not make it into Banham's essays and books. Though Banham frequently emphasized the visual appearance and construction of buildings over their occupation by people, we know from interviews that Banham liked to stand with students in the spaces of daylight factories and grain elevators and tell stories of their life, recounting how their spaces were inhabited and used alongside explanations of their construction and design. Besides the daily life of industrial buildings, fieldwork elicited another definition of the building's life, one informed by his close collaboration with Bonnefoy Albert. Student drawings, for instance, portrayed traces of adaptation and change, noting where new bricks in this case had been introduced to a facade. Other images of their fieldwork portrayed Banham and his students scrutinizing holes in the walls and floor of factory buildings, or straining their bodies to inspect small details, as you can see here. Did such encounters lead to an empathic reanimation of the past, of a building's construction and use? Or did they lead to an analysis of a building's ongoing change? With these questions in mind, Albert and Banham inaugurated a one-year-long interdisciplinary master's program in Buffalo called Building Life Cycles. Advertised to a range of possible students, including conservationists, historians, neighborhood organizations, and community design services, the program's poster proposed that its research would encompass what he and Albert called the, quote, complete biographies of individual buildings, spanning from the first gleam in the client's eye to their demolition or reuse. Student assignments from his classes in UC Santa Cruz, where he taught after the University of Buffalo, proposed yet another approach to the study of a building's life cycles. In an assignment for a class about architectural history fieldwork that Banham taught in 1984, he instructed his students to imagine the decline and fall of a building. Banham provided students with a graph that showed the changing resale value of a hypothetical building, the actual value of which was up to the student's discretion. Students were then instructed to write a 5-page biography for the building that explained its variations in value, including changes of use and public perception, alterations to its structure, and disasters, while keeping its site and scenario within reasonable distance of its typology. So for instance, he said, no gilding the columns of the porch of a tract house. So was this assignment a warm-up exercise before fieldwork? Or was it a cool down after a day in the field to get students in the habit of narrative writing? We don't know. Either way, Banham's assignment proposed a role for narration and fieldwork, breaking from the historian's voice into different vantage points, be it a star-crossed lover or a building janitor. Here, Banham imagined fieldwork as synonymous with writing, demonstrating the deep historical entanglement of fieldwork with different practices of writing in many fields in the human and natural sciences. But there was no field to travel to here as such, no space of cultural difference to cross. Students would write from whatever memory conferred upon them. That, or they would use whatever visual resources they might have on hand to inspire their narrative. Either way, their building biography was mediated by memories, images, and other media, reinforcing Banham's conviction that every fieldwork journey was in a sense presupposed. In his fieldwork pedagogy then, Banham wanted students to not only pay attention to the forensic details of buildings and their lives, but to confront the ways that their fieldwork journey was mediated by the earlier journeys of architectural historians and others, not to mention their own life experience and journeys into architecture. So here I think of the discussion earlier about the course that he taught about the time and place of your life, as Barbara Penner brought up. So to conclude, as James Clifford, Banham's colleague at UC Santa Cruz, once wrote about the field notes of anthropologists, field notes must always reckon with predecessors, a statement that could well have described Banham's approach to pedagogy. Thank you.
Thank you, Curt. Any questions, comments?
Well, I would comment, what fantastic material you're working with, Curt. I'm jealous. I'm having archive jealousy. And also just what a lovely, sorry, I don't mean to hijack the questions, but just that correspondence, I think, between his, like you're saying, between his kind of, well, the integration of narrative and storytelling in the pedagogic kind of process of those briefs. I was just reading a bit of it. Looked really great. Must be very fun.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've always enjoyed going back to these assignments and even you know, potentially extending these to my own teaching. So yeah. I think there's a lot of lessons we can learn from Banham's approach to pedagogy. Still, actually, I mean, I think Ludovico alluded to this as well in terms of the contemporaneity of courses like the Building Life Cycles project and master's course at University of Buffalo, which could easily occupy the present in its concerns.
I have a question for one of our guests, Paola Viganò, and it's about fieldwork. And I know you have done a great deal of fieldwork and told the students about the relevance of that. So I would ask you also, given their presentation, what do you think matches with what your practice has been until now, or what is different somehow?
This is not the most important thing to discuss the difference now. I think that it was extremely interesting, and I was thinking to the fact that the time, the years were more or less the one in which also choreographers, American choreographers, were very much doing performances outside and exploring sites with their bodies, and some of the pictures you were showing, they were very, very similar to some of those experiences. So I was wondering if there might be some relations between modern dance, and especially the one of the time, and Banham. If you could have any idea of some connection.
I do.
Or maybe yes, Alice.
Well, just again, another surmise, but through his role in the Aspen Design Conference, both as a chair and a frequent participant, and on the board and etc. That was actually sort of one of the aims, I suppose, of the conference, was to expand the kind of notion and conception of architecture and design. And they were dance was one of their real big things. So they were always inviting choreographers, musicians, and so forth. I can't name you an actual specific right now, but I'm guessing that there would have been some encounters up in the hills in Colorado that may have followed him to Buffalo, perhaps. I guess.
Yeah, because I think that first of all, the field work is a body activity, no? So you are there with your body, and also when he's measuring the holes, no, it's really taking a measure and with the hands, So I think that there was for sure something related to the time, and I think that today this experience of sites and places and people with bodies is still fundamental.
Yeah, I think those are good comments and questions, because I can't speak to. I mean, I don't know of any actual connections to dance. Maybe others do in this room, virtual or otherwise. Who know more about other aspects of Banham's career. But I do think that in my engagement with this field work, it's very clear that the body was very important, that what this kind of sensory dimensions of what a bodily experience of spaces, and even the very bodily experiences of even touching something like a railing, right? There's something very small and ordinary, almost taken for granted about that. But that those experiences also reanimate something about the past, I think are very crucial to his pedagogy when he is spending time, for instance, in daylight factories and grain elevators in Buffalo. I definitely think there's a lot of resonance there. I will also say that I think that in terms of the centrality of the body in his fieldwork in the context of Buffalo is also due to his engagement with Bonnie Foy Albert, who did her PhD in environmental design, in which she also studied autistic children. And so this was also coming in a significant way from Bonnie's expertise and experience herself in research. And so I think it's always important to remember that people like Banham, when they do field work or even other kinds of research, are never working alone. And so I think this question of the body is very much evidence of that.
Another thing, you should not ask me to intervene when we speak about these kind of things, but the fieldwork is also fundamentally a protest, no? In the sense that you don't accept that there is already the truth somewhere, no? On a book, in the library, etc. So you need to go out, and in that sense, I think that all the research he did on Los Angeles, and was really because he didn't trust what was said about Los Angeles, and the fact of being there, you change your point of view, and when you climb on a wall, you change your perspective, and I think that is fundamentally an act of protest, and in that sense, is always a fresh act, I would say, for any research exploration to deny the authority and just go out.
Yeah, go on, Alice. Yeah.
Well, sorry, I just wanted, because this is my little moment, and to mention it. And I just also wanted to mention this idea again of this sort of delayed pedagogy that I think Banham managed to, in terms of his legacy. And it's just so lovely that Penny Sparke was speaking right before me. And Penny Sparke was my tutor, along with Gillian Naylor at the Royal College of Art, V&A. And they're the ones who introduced me to Banham. And just this, however many years later that was. And that's what I was trying to sort of say about it being on the page, all this teaching. And yes, some of the views are dated, but the tools and techniques of research and exploration are so fresh and so vivid. And so I grabbed them and I applied it to 1990s club flyers, for example, or TV title sequences. So this sort of the permission, I think, that Banham gave to a generation of design historians, that's what I can speak to, was so phenomenal, I just wanted to say that. And thanks, Penny.
Thanks. Could I add one thing? Ludovico, I know we're about out of time.
Go.
Yeah, just in response to the last comment, I mean, it's very clear that Banham proceeded in his fieldwork, as I think if anyone reads History and Psychiatry again from 1960, it's very clear early on that there was a kind of kill your masters motive behind doing field work, right? Like you say, an act of protest. But I want to also be clear that I think in the context of his teaching in Buffalo, and this may have occurred earlier as well, and I'm sure others in the room would be familiar with this, that there's other horizons for what field work does and achieves, and what kind of goals one has in mind for doing it, that he discovers in the context of Buffalo. So the fact that building life cycles, in some ways, yes, was concerned with architectural history. You see this even in the archive, that you see Banham insisting that it's about architectural history proper. But at the same time, it's also about engaging with a local movement for the preservation of what was then an abandoned landscape of industrial monuments in a way. So there were other political and social dimensions, even potential audiences for that work that really went beyond, I think, Banham's stated agenda in a way. And Banham was very involved in that, right? He was not just a passive participant in this kind of transformation of the kind of possibilities of field work.
Thank you.
I'll just say before you go that the Larkin, he was very upset about the destruction of the Larkin administration complex. And so that contributed also to his interest in not exactly preservation, but in some of these local landmarks. And at the moment, one of the elevators that Banham wrote about is slated for demolition, and we're having protests here about it. So there's kind of a loop closing of the historic preservation or the preservation life cycles loop that we see in action.
And it also continued after Banham left Buffalo. Bonnie Foy Albert, as her stepdaughter reminded me in the chat, actually continued much of this work for many years after, which is also, I think, important to recognize. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we take a 10-minute break. And for the ones who are here, there's some beverages available nearby here. See you soon. So thank you for coming back to the second part of today's symposium dedicated to the 100th birthday of Peter Reyner Banham. So the first of the next 4 duets is dedicated to the topic of desert. And the first speaker is Alessandra Ponte. She's a full professor at the École d'Architecture, Université de Montréal. Since 2019, she has been responsible for the Phyllis Lambert International Seminar, curator of the exhibition Total Environment, Montreal 1976-1975. She also collaborated to the exhibition and catalog God & Co., François Dallegré, Beyond the Bubble. Her books include The House of Light and Entropy and the series Architecture and Information 2.0. The second guest who is here with us online, he's here with us in flesh and bones, not online, is Kersten Geers. Kersten is an architect and co-founder of the Brussels-based office, Kersten Geers, David Van Severen. Geers has been teaching at various institutions, such as the Columbia University GSAP, Yale School of Architecture, Harvard GSD, and the PFL Lausanne. He currently holds a professorship at the Academy of Architecture in Mendrisio. Geers frequently publishes articles on architecture and is a founding member of the architecture magazine San Rocco. Thank you. Alessandra.
Hello, I have to share my screen. Meanwhile, Ludovico, the PowerPoint.
Ben? You're showing that. No, Alessandra, it's fine. You can show it directly.
The PowerPoint I sent yesterday has changed because I listened to the conversation and I updated it.
It's totally fine.
So it's not the same, but actually, thank you for having me. And I enjoyed very much this conversation. And I had to reframe what I wanted to say because I thought it was interesting to say where I'm coming from and why my encounter with Banham. By the way, my book, The House of Light and Entropy, there are 3 essays on the American desert. And the first one that I wrote, Chronology, was completely inspired by Banham, the reading of Banham. And the following one, the 2 other essays on the American deserts, are actually on what Banham didn't say about the American desert. So, so for me, the encounter with Banham was extremely important. So, and where I'm coming from. So I really enjoyed Barbara Penner's comment today that when she explained that Banham taught says architecture that started in 1907, and then later he says architecture started in 1951. Okay, I am a student of Tafuri, something I've been negotiating all my life. And in the last years of his life, Manfredo Tafuri, who is a great historian of architecture and critic of architecture of the 20th century, used to tell us that actually architecture died with the death of Raphael. in 1520. So you can see the incredible shock, you know, of me listening to someone, you know, and how spectacular it was the encounter with Banham coming from the school of Tafuri. I did with Tafuri my PhD thesis, which was on the picturesque. It was one of the first one that was dealing with topics related to landscape. It was very hard to negotiate. And also I was like enrolled in Venice. And this is actually the image that you see here. I did my studies in Venice 75 and I finished my PhD in 87. And this 1977 is the image of the main hall in the School of Architecture of Venice, the Tolentini, and in 1977. And this is a very important point because an answer almost to some of the comments about students' protest of 68. I wanted to remind you that actually 68 ended in 77 in Italy. It was very difficult and very different situation. So I want to comment a little bit on this image to explain what was happening and how heavily politics played in for us educated in Italy in architecture in those years. So this, by the way, this space was just restored in 1975 by Carlo Scarpa, great architect, and under the direction of Carlo Aimonino, that was the dean of the school at the time, and he was a member of the Communist Party. So all our professors at the time, beginning with Tafuri, Carlo Aimonino, let's say Massimo Cacciari, Dalcò, etc., all of them were members of the Communist Party. And actually they did the faculty meetings in the headquarters of the Communist Party in Venice. But the students were like, we're not so pleased with that. To be a member of the Communist Party was not enough, let's say. So what you can see here in this image, you see the two branch of the contest of the time of the protest movement in Italy. So they had this panel with the quotation of Gramsci that said, learn, you have to learn because we are going to need all your intelligence. And intelligence has been crossed over and is substituted with mira, that can be translated as sharp shooting. So this represents one direction of the protest of the students. So it's an invitation to armed fight that was embodied in the movement that was called Autonomia Operaia and then became the Red Brigades. But on the other side, and what you see, these graffiti and images are the expression of the other side of the protest movement at the time, which was called it was quite interesting, it was called Metropolitan Indians. That contested and rejected the authoritarian take of the Communist Party, the authoritarian and bureaucratic take of the Communist Party, and of the revision of Marxism that were proposed at the time. And they were reading at the time, we were reading at the time, Deleuze and Guattari and Foucault, and thinking about, here it's more graffiti and decorations of a Metropolitan Indian at the time in the Aula Magna. And so they were reading this other side of the movement, was reading Foucault, Microphysics of the Power, and Guattari, Micropolitics of Design, of Desire. So it was completely different directions. It ended quite badly with the kidnap and killing of Aldo Moro. But this was the last big moment of context and protest. And it gives you an idea of how much politics was embedded, and how our relationship with this school of history of architecture that was created by Tafuri in Venice at the time was not so linear, and our relationship with the politics that are behind the teaching of Tafuri was not so easily accepted, let's say, by students, and to explain where we were coming from. So, and I'm coming from, and how I encountered Reyner Banham, coming from what direction. So super, by the way, I was not with the Red Brigades, I was with Metropolitan Indians. So it's not, just to make things clear. So I was coming from this sort of education, so heavily politically engaged, Marxist, but completely revisited and contested Marxism from the point of view of the thought of the French theory, Foucault, Deleuze, and Guattari. And then I arrived in the US at the end of the 80s. And that was my big encounter. First with North American landscapes, urban or other landscapes, and with Anglo-Saxon take on, yes, architectural criticism, technologies, architectural theory. And I found that my hero actually became Banham. I was so enthusiastic. He was the most amazing writer, completely fascinating, also opposed to the writing of Tafuri that was absolutely obscure, and it's all about gloom and doom. So the enthusiastic approach of Banham for me was absolutely fascinating. Not so much Colin Rowe on the other side. That was the other big critic that everybody was quoting and reading at the time. So Banham. So to tell you where I'm coming from. So now to get to the desert, if I have to retrace and revisit Banham on the desert, what I would do and what I've been doing lately is actually to explore again, beginning with Los Angeles, the architecture of four ecologies. And I'm putting here a book that is not already available, but I've been discussing with Ed Dimmenberg, that actually curated this beautiful translation of this book by Anton Wagner that was published in 1935, and it was behind a huge inspiration for Reyner Banham take on Los Angeles and the question of the four ecologies. So Anton Wagner was an urban geographer, a German urban geographer, and it was and it's amazing to see and to read this book, and that I highly recommend, and to think how a geographical understanding is actually very present, that comes from Anton Wagner, and leads us to question that relates to the environment, are embedded in the reading of Los Angeles. So I was fascinated by this urban geography, and this completely different scale of analysis. This is the first edition of Los Angeles, the book of Anton Wagner. And then I wanted always to explore, and but I discovered that it's already been done to death. What happened at the International Design Conference in Aspen in 1970? But it was this big clash, and and Banham was traumatized, and the topic was, of course, the question of the environment. and design and technology and politics. So, but student contestation, that's why I introduced my past as in Italy. Really, that was really traumatic in the 70s and the 80s in Italy. Were completely traumatic from this point of view. And the clash between Banham, especially, and Jean Baudrillard, the French philosopher, Marxist. So I wanted to, this has been studied to death, but I found recently this quotation that came from what Banham presented actually at this design conference to arrive to the question of the environment. But he was saying, okay, hold it, I have something else to say, which is not in the script, but come from, from the heart. And it's about this conference. We are getting arrogant, we are getting preachy, we're a very small environmental operator. We did not design the universe. The universe is not just our problem. We have not yet detonated an atomic device as powerful as the average piddling thunderstorm, which is a quite strange observation. We are very small operators in a scene where a lot of other species are environmental operators. You know, our old friends, the birds, the bees, the ants, the earthworms, the meteorological forces, and all of this, all of those. And he was applauded once, and it was applauded again after this statement, which I found quite interesting in the perspective of today concern and redefinition of what it means to relate to the environmental question in relation to what people were saying and the position in the 1970s. And as I say, the whole thing about Aspen has been studied to death. And actually, that's another book I recommend. The Aspen Complex came out in 2012. And of course, at the time, I had to read not just Scene in the American Desert of Banham, but also Jean Baudrillard, America. That is, you know, is sort of making the desert as the way to approach and understand America. So I must say that I found Baudrillard a dead end, and his Marxism not convincing. And also, that's the other thing that happened at the time, and Banham was not present, and it should have been, and it should be explored more. It's the Aloy Conference in New Mexico in 1969, where you found Steve Baer and all the so-called outlaw designers of the time, talking about new technologies applied to living. So the first experiment with solar energies, domes, and I don't know, question why Banham wasn't there.
Alessandra,
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
And then and I conclude with two things that shocked me in the first reading of Banham, and I sort of present as a question to you too. I still don't have an answer for this. The desert earthworks of sculpture like Smithson and Heiser are trifles, as is the minimalist sculpture of an artist like Robert Morris. I happen to know that Morris is an admirer of Stonehenge, so that he might also see the point of all this as a henge of technology, shaped and texture, very like one of his sculpture, but multiplied not only by the sheer factor of size, but also by the factor of purpose. Those absence cripples so much of modern art. So why he had no understanding whatsoever for what was happening in at the time in the American deserts in terms of land art. I was skipping this, and I conclude with this other thing. The other thing that is notably absent from seen in the American desert. That the American desert was the testing ground for atomic nuclear devices, still is, and is not that it went unnoticed by a lot of people at the time. Like I'm showing just one image, but it's very, I think, very strong. Tingley Study for an End of the World, number 2, 1962. So, and actually, but this absence that is glaring and should be commented upon in the observation of Banham about the desert, when became the subject of another chapter of my book that is precisely testing the desert as a testing ground. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, I hope.
Thank you. Kersten? I would add in the meantime, while Kersten prepares, that actually is even more strange if you think that Banham wrote Richard Misrach's photography book introduction also, no?
Yeah.
Misrach and Violent Legacies and so on. It's
yeah, totally
engaging with that.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, first of all, Ludovico, thank you for having me. Now, I must say, I feel fairly humbled in the presence of all this knowledge about Banham, something I cannot, well, expose to you here. Well, so thank you also very much, Alessandra, for introducing the desert. Now, my contribution here for, well, this dialogue, or that's a little bit how I see it, is not so much with my eyes to the past. I mean, I'm an architect, you know, I, of course, occasionally write.
Even if you live after Raphael, but.
Yeah, and I live after Raphael, so I have to look forward, I guess. And I'm even over the age of Raphael. So, you know, I mean, so in a sense, I'm totally useless by now. So I can start studying Banham again. Now, well, as a bit like has been said by Shumi this morning, or in the early afternoon, for me, Banham is very much also a personal story, in as much that I believe that I came acquainted with his work through Iñaki Ábalos and Juan Herreros at the time in Madrid, and through them with 4 Ecologies, and I guess in the first place because of the cover. I mean, the cover which you, of course, which Alessandra has just shown, and which was an entrance door into, I think, a world on its own. Now, from that perspective, I wanted to share in a way two pictures of a book. I mean, well, the one book is the evident one. You could say it's America Deserta. It's that 1981-82 book by Banham, which was for me a rather late discovery, much later than I read Los Angeles City of 4 Ecologies, but which became a book which very much I started to interpret as the other side of the same story. And that story, I would argue, very much being the impossibility of architecture, and perhaps I would say, how to deal with the recognition of architecture's fertility in the world, whether that world is fully urbanized or not. And I think in that sense, of course, always implicit to Los Angeles City of 4 Ecologies was, I would argue, this embrace of the even covered field in which any piece of architecture becomes so insignificant that you could do whatever you want. In some sense, you could say the relentless context of the desert does pretty much the same. not so much because your I would say, piece, your intention, your figure, your architecture immediately disappears within the white noise of everything, but simply because it gets forgotten and eaten by nothingness. Now, so this one picture I particularly liked is Curtis House Springer's Zizek's kind of yeah, what was it? A kind of a bizarre, I would say, Fata Morgana of a wellness place which never came about. At the same time, and that's the other book, actually, that's the one you see here. It's called America Deserta, which is a late 2019 reconstruction of a 2014 exhibition I made in Red Cat in Los Angeles, which was called A Small Museum for the American Metaphor. Now, for me, these two ideas are deeply intertwined in that they are very much about, I mean, and as you can see, the next set of pictures I will show are a set of photographs I took with my students from Columbia at the time when we tried to do part of the trip, which we understood Banham did or did in many trips when he made the Deserta book, and where, of course, fascinatingly, I just find the same buildings back, slightly more decayed. Now, why I wanted to share this is that for me, this image, strangely Hockney-esque, one could say, is in a bizarre dialogue with this set of objects which were in that show, Small Museum for the American Metaphor, and which themselves try to understand if architecture ever is able even to deal with its own futility. From that perspective, two texts I wrote over the years around exactly this thought. One was called To Coincide and to Disappear, and the other one, Fata Morgana. One could say, in a sense, to coincide and to disappear is a Fata Morgana. So for this reason, the Fata Morgana is Zizek's, is indeed double negative, and as much as, and Alessandra also mentioned that Banham was extremely dismissive about it, we were curious whether over time double negative wasn't rather a proof than a kind of opposition to exactly the argument of Banham's America Deserta book. Ultimately, when we were then driving from Cortez to, and I forgot, Shiprock Mountain, we did see Phone Booth Mesa, which he shared in one of his revelations in America Deserta as that one rock, that one mesa, which he photographed, on which on the pictures, all of a sudden, at home, he realized it was a strange grayish, earth colorish butler building, as he said, a building they had not noticed when they took the picture, and which, of course, in many ways is the metaphor of an architecture as much of this kind of detail here of Gatillo, the say tent structure there where Frank Lloyd Wright tried to build that hotel, which never came about. The ultimate, I mean, insignificance of architecture, here a detail of Tillis in West, in relationship to that, what I think also today we are facing. And to finish, here, Kitt Peak Reservoir Observatory, the fantastic, in a way, solar telescope, which I remember trying to find in the landscape, was invisible until we were in the very top, bringing me to the simple conclusion that at most what we can do is to give a kind of footnote. Thank you.
Thank you, Kersten. Comments, questions?
Alessandra?
Sorry. Okay. I activated my microphone. Yeah. Yes, I'm here. Someone.
Yes. Can I jump in, Alessandra?
Yes.
Okay. There's just a hailstorm that started outside here in Sao Paulo, so it may be noisy, I should say. But I'm very interested in this question of like why Banham was not very enthusiastic about the land artists, Morris and Smithson and Michael Heitzer. And given that there's a lot of overlap in the interests of those artists and what he's doing, why do you think he wasn't so interested? Why do you think he wanted to downplay that interest?
But it sort of explains. He was a modernist. He was a modernist, so he couldn't accept this sort of way of criticizing, because actually both Smithson and Heitzer it's a very real and clear critique of modernism, or even Morris. So and the take on technology of modernism. So this is the short way of explaining it. But I thought he was like saying this, but at the same time, I think he understood. So, but he had to deny the relevance. He was taking a line in relation. Actually, in relation also, it's also the question of technology. So I'm Mario. I'm overlapping with your with your topic. So yeah. And some of the discussion previously, but what is the take of Banham exactly on technology? Does it change? The fact that he does not make a full chapter seen in the American Deserta on atomic testing, you wonder why, So because it was there, it was present, it was very clear. It talks about Nevada, Las Vegas. It talks about it always in indirect way, but never addressed really the question, because it's a key moment of talking about, a precise relationship with technology. So,
Kersten, and I think Ben wants to say something.
No, well, yeah, I don't want to say much. Is this on this mic? Yeah. But no, well, I think partly to complete what Alessandra was answering, I think he's quite explicit in Deserta. Why he's dismissive towards the land art artist. I think it has to do with the fact that it's an expression of personal, in a way, personal expression. On the one hand, it's not technological enough, it's not big enough. I mean, I think he literally writes somewhere that in comparison to these gigantic bridges and infrastructural works, which he does describe, I mean, these land art works to him at that time seem insignificant, which of course slightly in conflict with his implicit, I would say, red thread in the book, which is all about the insignificance of any intervention. It was as if they make the point before starting to write the book. So I had the feeling it's a shortcut. He wants to avoid the shortcut in the text, so he puts them aside. And to me, the reason why the atomic testing is missing is more or less the same, whereas the one is too small, the other one is too big. So somehow, in order to lose yourself in the desert, as he concludes the book, rather than to find yourself, you need to mediate the scale of things. And to me, that is also the core argument of Deserta. I think it's a book about scale. And in order to make an argument about scale, you have to get the size of things fairly precise.
Thank you. Ben, you want to say something?
Back up the idea about scale. I think his argument here would be that the art interventions in the desert just don't have the impact. They're not vast. They're simply not vast enough. The other thing is about the atomic testing is it was what people knew about the American deserts already. He may have felt he didn't need to discuss it because everybody knew already. He wasn't, that was another subject. It wasn't really anything. Everybody who thought they knew anything in Europe, at least, remember he's a European tourist, is the one thing they know about the American deserts is about the atomic testing.
Thank you. So
Mario wants to say something.
Yeah. Mario?
Yeah, thank you. Since Alessandra called me back, hi, by the way.
Hi.
I saw that quotation from Aspen 1970, which I didn't know. And if I remember vaguely the text by Banham you mentioned, there is this notion, this basically romantic notion, we are so small and the environment, the cosmos is so big and there is little we do cannot inflect, etc., etc. This is something which is normal to say in 1870. But in 1970, the notion of sustainability was around the corner. Not exactly the term, but the idea of a limit of growth was being discussed, and the Club of Rome report was being prepared, would be published soon thereafter. So the notion must have been in the air. And my guess is that not only he was not aware of it, but based on what we know of him, this is an idea that he would not have liked. And my guess, a purely non-educated guess, is that when the notion became inevitable in the course of the 70s and early 80s, he simply ignored it because it was incompatible with his entire life work.
Yes. Yes, I agree, but I don't know. I'm also thinking that it seems to, okay, it echoes 19th century vision of like our relationship with nature, but at the same time is anticipating contemporary discourse about the scale of human history and the scale of geological history, you know, that cannot be compared. And our concern, human concern, cannot scale up to the concern, let's say, concerns of a planet or whatever the planet is doing. So I was rereading it now. It's sort of, I found it interesting and maybe worth exploring more. Not just thinking of, okay, it echoes romantic takes, but also, okay, maybe it's something else. I don't know.
Again, I'm extrapolating on the basis of insufficient data because I haven't read the entire corpus and I should read it again looking for specific notion that 25 years ago I was not aware of. So when I retire, I should do that.
Sorry to jump in, but I think we shall move to the next. If it's quick, go, Kersten.
No, I understand Mario's comment, but I'm far more nuanced. I do not think he was ignoring these topics in 81 when he writes Deserta, but it's for another conversation. I think in that book, the relativity of this is extremely present. I mean, my reading of it, but okay.
Super quickly, I think also when the Building Life Cycles program in Buffalo and what he was teaching in Santa Cruz has to deal with life cycles and sustainability in a way. But
I would like to add that I completely agree with you. I don't agree with Mario's take on Banham's dismissal of ecology based on the evidence of what he wrote about and his interest in Fuller's notion of ecology. And I think the next panel is about ecology. So maybe we'll hear more on that.
That happens to be the next panel. No. That's great. Oh, no. Not yet.
But she can talk about it. It's not forbidden.
Sorry.
Here we go. This second part is less Swiss timed, as one would say, but I think it's very engaging. Okay, thank you all again. So the next duet has to deal with ecology. And the first guest, she's here with us today, is Paola Viganò, architect and urbanist. She's a full professor in urban theory and urban design at the EPFL in Lausanne, where she directs the Laboratory of Urbanism and Habitat Research Center and at UAB in Venice. She received the Grand Prix de l'Urbanisme, the Flemish Award for Architecture, and a Golden Medal for the career of Milano Triennale. Together with Bernardo Secchi, she founded a studio between 1990 and 2014, today's Studio Paola Viganò. Albert Narath, who is with us from Santa Cruz, is a historian of modern architecture and design, specializing in the intersection of architectural history, environmental history, and the history of technology. His current book project is Modernism in Mud, which follows the solar adobe design movement in the American Southwest during the 1970s. He's an assistant professor in the History of Art and Visual Culture Department at the University of California, Santa Cruz. And just a quick note, since she is here today, and before Alice mentioned their relationship with Penny in a way as a kind of through generations, Paola, she's been my PhD advisor, and I think among the many things she taught me, she and Bernardo Secchi, was the openness and sometimes the fierceness and the harshness of discussions. And I liked the last discussion, even if a bit long, because I think there was some kind of that in it. And I would advocate in general, always keeping respect for people. But I think in the recent times, there's too much kind of sort of politically correctness that sometimes doesn't admit to engage in kind of heated discussions. That this doesn't mean we have to insult each other, but I do hope that this kind of thing that being taught in Venice is done everywhere. Sorry, okay, Paola.
So thanks a lot, Ludovico, for the intervention and for the very interesting seminar. Again, as Kersten, I think I have not a very well structured intervention, although there is a PowerPoint, but this doesn't mean anything. Yes, it's this one. Okay. And then, in fact, I would like to maybe start from the importance of words, and I think that they were very well chosen. I mean, the rhythm of the discussion is showing that it's constructing something. There are also themes that are starting to come to emerge, to come back. So maybe I'm going to touch some of the elements that were already introduced before. In fact, why Banham's idea of ecology is today important and relevant. At least the Banham position on ecology, is it relevant today or is something we want to criticize? Is Banham under revision today, as many other historians, for example, his master Pevsner, with this idea of heroic modernism? Many things are under revision today. So I think that these operations are not neutral. No, we should really reflect about, do we want to establish a distance? Do we want to, on the contrary, to reveal something? First of all, when we speak of ecology with Banham, I checked a little bit, not in an exhaustive way, but I'm quite sure that he's always and only speaking of human ecology. And the human ecology is already a quite kind of controversial notion, human ecology, no? Because it's a metaphorical use of terms of ecology as used for plant and animal life. When you shift this term in another world, in another observing us, this metaphor can sometimes prove to be quite dangerous and very ambiguous. In any case, Banham, I think, he was really interested in population, technology, organization, and environment. So there is kind of very strong biopolitical character of the interest he put on cities. As you know, human ecology was proposed by the Chicago School in the 20s. And as many scholars clarify, they were not explicitly concerned with nature. So it's not a question of nature, but they saw similarities in the processes of conflict and adjustment. So the question is more the analogies than, let's say, really speak about something about dealing with nature. In the 70s, so this idea of human ecology at a certain moment was almost forgotten. It came back in the 70s, also in relation to the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment that was held in Stockholm in 1972. And as Mario Carpo already remembered, Limits to Growth also was published in 1972. So we are very close to this re-emergence of the term ecology and also of human ecology. But at the beginning of the 70s, human ecology was seen by a part of the geographers as being a futile attempt to regain something natural. So this ambiguity of terms were already very clear also in the 70s. And of course, I don't know if Banham was doing by purpose or if it was a polemic use of human ecology. In any case, when we read Los Angeles Architecture for Ecologies, he is explicitly dealing with human ecology. Alessandra Ponte showed this beautiful map from the German, sorry, I don't remember the Wagner, no, if I'm not wrong. And for me, these maps are extremely interesting. They are not the most well-known part of Los Angeles, the architecture of 4 ecologies. But if we stay a little bit on the legend, I think that there is something interesting to understand really this idea of dealing at the same time with population, technology, organization, and environment. So you see here the railroads, the aqueducts, the wells, the principal reservoirs. So you see how this idea of living in this paradise on earth, as Los Angeles was described, was in fact the result of this hard infrastructural transformation that made a desert practically in a place where people could live. And why Banham, as an historian, needed to work with human ecology? But he is very clear about that, because architecture did not suit, at least the traditional definition of architecture and the traditional categories of architecture. They were really not able to deal with Los Angeles. And ecology, this is always from his perspective, paves the way to the topographical and historical context of the total artifact. By rereading this book in the last weeks, I was really frightened by this idea of total artifact, which is referred to the greater Los Angeles, not even to Los Angeles, but to the greater Los Angeles as a total artifact. The idea of the city as an artifact is a quite classic. John Summerson also published a book on the city as artifact. There is a very classic group of historians, urban historians, now working on the idea of artifacts until Aldo Rossi, the architecture of the city. So I was a bit surprised by these terms. But why he is using these terms? Because the problem here is the reading of the unprecedented and unrepeatable. And I think that's a fundamental point for me today, to remember that every single piece of territory, every single part of the city is singular, unprecedented, and unrepeatable. There is something, the uniqueness that is, we are not able usually to grasp, but it is there, this uniqueness. And further than that, Los Angeles is neither a prototype nor the harbinger of urban dome. This is very interesting because how many other people, scholars, have considered Los Angeles to be the prototype of the city, the future, now already realized in the US, or even the catastrophic idea of the end of cities disappearing or blurring in something different. So it's neither one nor the other. It's just unprecedented and unrepeatable. So finally, this use of human ecology and this idea of the total artifact, we understand very well that is really interested to how we create habitable environments. So the question is the transformation we are ready to do in order to make a place to be inhabited. And there is this question of environmental management. These are themes that are more related to the architecture of the well-tempered environment, but I think they are very much connected to the idea of describing a city, to describing a region as environmental management, as an environment that is modified in order to become inhabitable. And let's say one chapter of the architecture of well-tempered environment towards full control. This is exactly the how do we say, the conclusion of this reflection. When you read what he's writing about one of the ecology, that is the foothill ecology, he discusses quite along this technique of the mountain cropping for house building. And he says that the effects of mountain cropping techniques are obviously going to be profound, obviously, ecologically and otherwise, without joining the chorus of doom from professional Jeremiahs at Berkeley and in the Sierra Club. You probably know the Sierra Club was publishing all the books of the deep ecologists, people like Aldo Leopold, etc. I must still admit that it proposes a different kind of ecological disturbance. So it's just a small ecological disturbance to crop mountains. Such large-scale trifling with the non-too-stable architecture of an area of high earthquake risk seems more portentous as a direct physical risk to life and than a lost ecological amenity. So is the human risk the fundamental point, is not the ecological transformation. Naturally, one regrets the disappearance of Southern California's attractively half-tamed wilderness, but short of a social revolution or major economic disaster, they were going to get built on anyhow. So from, let's say, I appreciate so much the first part about the uniqueness of each territory, which I think is really bringing us to the idea of territory as a subject, as an individual. But I feel really a little bit in problem. I mean, I think that there is so much that is far from us, I think, of Banham, that this is not a judgment about Banham. This is a judgment about us. We are, I hope, far from that. And to conclude, this idea of going towards a full control that is developed in the architecture of a well-tempered environment is really something that he probably was convinced of, in the sense that he liked, for example, the fact that instead of, before using the terms air conditioning, there were the terms like man-made weather. Man-made weather. Now, this idea that you make the weather you like. So let's say that today in climate change conditions, that's a distance we feel from Reyner Banham.
Thank you. Albert?
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. And can you see the
maybe
screen?
just hold on a second, please, Albert, that we're solving a technical issue here.
Uh-oh.
Should be quick. Are we good, Ben? Okay. You can start, Albert. Thank you.
Am I up there now? great. Well, hello from Santa Cruz, California, everyone. It's really my pleasure to participate in these conversations around the life and the work and the legacy of Reyner Banham on the occasion of the 100th birthday. And thanks to Ludovico and all the organizers of this event, also for just including me. It's just incredible company. And also I'm learning so much during this event. So today I want to talk to you primarily in my professional role as an architectural historian. And I should locate myself a little bit because in that context, I'm actually of a generation whose engagement with Banham is not based on personal interactions. The Banham I've come to know and admire and sometimes admiringly wrestle with is the product of the ongoing impact of his writings, including the growing constellation of historiography and institutional memory making around them. It's also an outgrowth of his stature in architectural culture, both his literal image in the form of photographs and films, and also his exuding of optimism and a wide-ranging curiosity of mind. And he's certainly been a key figure for me during my own time as a student at the AA Histories and Theories program. I joyfully grappled with theory and design, and then often went downstairs to see Derek at the Triangle Bookshop to find more Banham. And at the summer after the AA, when I was back home in my own home region of the Southwest, there was a mirage vision I still can't shake. I was driving on a rural high desert highway, and I'm convinced I saw Banham coming up in my rearview mirror. He smiled at me as he disappeared into the line where the pavement meets the sky. By that time, I'd read through most of his books and a good chunk of his articles, all the way up to Scenes in America Deserta, which is the one that has most directly influenced my own work on architecture, environment, and technology. And so it was a bit surreal to end up here at the University of California, Santa Cruz, where Banham was a much-loved teacher and colleague, and by all accounts, generally a pretty recognizable figure around campus. What his colleagues in art history and the art history faculty said then, I think still applies now, in the context of architectural history at least, and that is when you needed him, he was there. This is all to say that my thinking about my assigned topic of ecology, I'm kind of jealous of some of the other topics too, but I'm going to confine myself to ecology. It assumes a rather local dimension. I can speak about Banham as an architectural historian, but there's another field I have come to share with him. That's this field. This is the so-called Great Meadow on the campus of UCSC. The bike path I take up to my office is the one that he rode up to each day, apparently. From where his office was at Porter College, where I'm sitting right now, the path runs down the slope of the meadow, onto the spine of Bay Avenue, and then over to the Banham House and front garden on David Way, just a block from the Monterey Bay. Downhill, this ride takes about 10 minutes, only 1 or 2 pedals on the bicycle, without red lights, that is. Uphill is a different story. From an architectural perspective, the path is doubly significant. It follows the same route which facilitated the manufacture of lime by the Cowell Lime Works at the end of the 19th century. Before this landscape was reshaped for the production of knowledge, it was a site of intensive extraction and processing. First growth redwood was cut down and fed to heat the infernal kilns, yielding the lime that was loaded into redwood barrels and sent off to become San Francisco. Banham registered these sites of material ecology in his photographs, and these are all from the AA Photo Library, just an amazing resource that's been digitized. But what seemed to impress him the most on his daily commute was the panoramic prospect from the top of the meadow. From up there, one sees the blue-gray, sometimes cloud-banked immensity of the bay, which is anchored at its heel by the towers of the Moss Landing power plant, at Banham's time the largest such facility in the state, rising up from the flatlands of industrial strawberry production. A few years ago, I found a personal handwritten note by Banham in the archives of the Getty Research Institute, which I would like to share. He says, "Though it may seem a strange enterprise, I could almost make a balance sheet of the natural beauty of the Monterey Bay as seen from the viewpoint from which I daily receive it to be beautiful, the big meadow in front of the Chancellor's house on the Santa Cruz campus." The term of comparison is obvious, he continued, the Bay of Naples, whose iconography from Pompeian wall painting to modern record sleeves is extensive and familiar. Most of the features that contribute to the acclaimed beauty of the Bay of Naples operate in this view of the Monterey Bay from a viewpoint more or less equivalent to Posillipo. But one major topographic unit from Monterey Bay, topographic unit is missing from Monterey Bay, he says. That sector of the view from Posillipo that would be occupied by the stern mass of Mount Vesuvius is marked in the view from Santa Cruz by the exact visual opposite. The hollow V of a valley and the presence of Mount Vesuvius is replaced by the customary presence of a plume of smoke from the twin chimney stacks of the Moss Landing power plant. Now, Banham once compared the Moss Landing plant to the Futurists, one of the key subjects of his first book. It also resonated with his research on high-tech architecture, which would have been the subject of his last book. The view encapsulated his fascination with the imbrication of technology and landscape and brought before him a career of comparisons. Looking at the bay, he was both local and tourist. He watched the weather with a day-to-day devotion while calling to mind the landmarks of the European Grand Tour. It will be useful at this point, I think, while we're on the subject of Santa Cruz, to evoke another local point of reference. In his 1965 article, The Great Gizmo, Banham noted that the Americanization, or we could say the colonization of the surfboard in California, brought with it a philosophy that envisioned the object as the proper way to make sense of an organized situation like a wave. I'm not sure if Banham ever got on a board, and I'd like to learn this actually in the questions. Not sure if he ever got on a surfboard, but what Banham brought to the view of the bay was just such an organizing mechanism in the form of a framework for interpretation. Looking out to the far shoreline, his impulse was to make it relatable and relational through close topographical description and art historical comparison, fog banks and image banks. His reaction was akin to a surfer at Santa Cruz's famous Steamer Lane, who cuts a line with a carefully shaped board, fitting that rider into that specific break, with a result which appears intuitive and full of personal style. My feeling is that we can find a similar interpretive gizmology at play in Banham's delineation of the ecologies of Los Angeles, and this brings me finally to my assigned word of ecology. To my knowledge, the LA book is one of the few places where the concept of ecology, or even the word ecology, makes any kind of sustained presence in his major publications. That this became the case when it did is not surprising. Banham was conducting the LA research at a time when ecological narratives of many sorts circulated and cross-fertilized in North American architectural discourse, and indeed within popular environmentalist movements more generally in the United States. Just showing you a couple of the books representing this phenomenon. What I think is noteworthy about Banham's foray into the crowded design discourse around ecology is that he never really engaged with it, with the important exception perhaps of Aspen, as people have brought up, and even less with the discipline of ecology itself as a science. Others didn't see much ecology in Banham's ecology either. 2 years after the Four Ecologies book appeared, the Metropolitan Los Angeles History Project released their monumental volume, Los Angeles and Its Environs in the 20th Century, A Bibliography of a Metropolis, which spanned some 10,000 individual publications from agriculture to welfare. In the 15 pages devoted to ecology, entry numbers 2,687 to 2,987, if you'd like to know, there is no mention of Banham, but lots of mentions of sewers. Instead, he appears in the Architecture and Architects section, coming in at entry number 236, between an article on green and one on the Security First National Bank. Now, of course, we could fret about whether the architecture section is the right one for the book too. Debates about where to put Banham on the bookshelf accompanied his writings from the beginning, and indeed his books change locations on my bookshelves all the time. But the reason why I bring up the bibliography is really because it gives us a useful point of comparison. The bibliography, alongside Banham, Ruchet, and many others, represents a trajectory of research that we could follow all the way up to last year's book, Los Angeles Standards. Each is an interpretive device, a gizmo, assembled ad hoc as a way of ascertaining the city in image and narrative. Banham's evocation of ecology was certainly not about diagnosing or fixing LA in the instrumental manner of an applied ecology aimed at ameliorating traffic, for example. It was primarily about looking at it, of coming to terms with a seemingly unorganized situation and seeing himself in relation to it, that is, of carving a turn within it. This is one reason why the four ecologies is such a strange device. Throughout the book, like a true gizmologist, Banham takes existing, sometimes strikingly anachronistic sources and modifies them to fit his circumstance. It's a MacGyver methodology, we might say. Several commentators, for instance, have noted the importance, as we've already seen today, of the German geographer Anton Wagner's 1935 book on Los Angeles to Banham's research. The four ecologies are something like the physiographic descriptions of Wagner, but mediated by Banham's own view through the windshield, the camera viewfinder, and the framework of art history. In this way, and I'm getting to the end here, in this way, evoking ecology allowed Banham to navigate the city and also the conventions of architectural history in specific ways. It allowed him to avoid dead-end binaries like nature and civilization and foreground the role of humans and technology in shaping the environment. It allowed him to emphasize relationality and movement over self-isolated monuments. And in really ecology-sounding statements like this one, it allowed him to try to reconcile part and whole. Quote, "The point about this giant city, which has grown almost simultaneously all over, is that its parts are equal and equally accessible from all other parts at once." This statement, like many in the LA book, is both history and projection. Banham follows other scholars in highlighting a historical pattern of urban development, at the same time that he casts this pattern in terms of more subjective and ultimately pretty shaky values of equality and equal accessibility. At one level, the statement almost diagrams the kind of do your own thing together separately ethos that pervades Banham's interest in LA, from development patterns to domestic architecture to the fluorescence of individual creativity, which he finds in Simone Rodia's Watts Towers, Brad the mobile musician in his customized van, and the surfboard shapers of Surfurbia who elide craft and industry in their garages. But Banham's optimistic vision of equal accessibility of parts is also an interpretive construction, which continues to raise questions of positionality. Critics have asked, equally accessible to who, and at the expense of what? Freedom of movement, after all, has long been a point of tension and exclusion in LA, from where the freeways are built, to where the subway reaches, to where the pollution is most directly felt, to who the covenants exclude. In California, after all, the freeway is a frequent site of protest and obstruction, and this has been amplified in recent years. LA's ecologies are not simply simultaneous all over, but also uneven and unevenly seen. We should quickly add that these issues are not new ones, and that they are not completely absent from Banham's own consideration, just as his understanding of the gizmo is not uncomplex. The gizmo, as Banham described it in the 1960s, is in its original form a technology of settlement, calibrated to colonialist paradigms of wilderness, paradise, and the violent fantasy in America of terrain waiting for differentiation. And the writing of history has often followed these circuits as well, especially in the American West. These are issues that Banham begins to take up in very personal ways in Scenes in America Deserta, where his ecology, like his driving, is really put to the test. So by way of conclusion, I just want to make clear that my intention here is not to wage a critique of Banham, especially on his birthday. There very well still might be liberative potential in the gizmo and room in the four ecologies for maintenance, fine-tuning, and retooling, like a surfer adjusting to the changing contour of a break or tide, or we might even say sea level rise. Indeed, without Banham's argument that LA can be viewed as a subject for serious architectural consideration, without his arguments about many things, it would be much more difficult to cultivate additional views. His ecology, in any case, was very much about keeping head up and looking around. And I suspect he'd want us to follow his advice. there are undoubtedly more and different ecologies to delineate. Just the other day, in fact, I walked past this scene, demarcated with tape that read wetland delineation. It is on the site of the Bologna wetlands in Playa del Rey. The area was a place of harvesting and hunting for the Tongva people, and since the 19th century has been subject to extreme alteration from ranching, recreation, flood control, and the extensive dredging undertaken to construct nearby Marina del Rey, which is now its own ecology that Banham might have called Techbro-topia. Since the mid-1990s, the wetland has been crafted into a kind of pocket nature. It's now a wildlife refuge that is hemmed by the repainted light gray suburban houses on the bluffs, the treadmill exercisers who look out onto the lagoon from the windows of LA Fitness, and the long row of tents and broken down RVs along West Jefferson, maintained by individuals with nowhere else to go. It's the kind of more than human ecology which is concealed in the interstices of Banham's case studies. We could list other examples too, but there is also the opportunity, well underway, to complement his research with different perspectives and methodologies. More ecologies, that is, from more voices. This, after all, is the very essence of the gizmo, even if we should be careful not to romanticize it. Improvisation, improving performance and social usefulness through the clip-on element, not worrying too much about factory settings and intended uses. Put differently, I think there is room in Banham's rental car for a group road trip. And one of the benefits of traveling more than one person per car is that you can avoid traffic by using the carpool lane. An invention, by the way, that was first adopted in LA just as Banham's book appeared. With that, I say thank you, Reyner Banham. I'll think of you today from the top of the meadow. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Albert. I think this session in particular has been super, super dense, and there's tons of possible. I think there's questions or comments between the public. Maybe in the chat. Ben, can you please read some of them, or is it possible to? I see there's 11, but no, I was just meaning the just comments. Okay. No, I think maybe the word that maybe we can just quickly go on this. I think that both Paola and Albert mentioned more as organization in a way, and I think it could be read as also the total artifact or how that was constructed. So if we can further reflect on that a bit.
I wonder if it might be helpful to contextualize the question that you asked in terms of what ecology is. Ecology is not environmentalism or sustainability. It was a break-off shoot from the study of biology that had to do with field work. So it had to do with studying things, habitats as they were found in the field. In fact, Curt's talk about field work has a lot to do with the way ecologists in the early part of the 20th century conducted their own research. So maybe it's the terminology that's misleading here. Like if we mean environmentalism, it's a different subject. But if we're talking about ecology, then we're really talking about a question of understanding the environment as a feedback loop and one which is locally sustainable as opposed to globally sustainable.
I don't know if it is because I was a little bit harsh with Banham that there is this reaction, but ecology has to do with the home, no? So it's the home for on a planet is not just for humans. So when we say an ecological approach, we mean something that is concerning the coexistence of differences on the same in the same space. what I just wanted to underline is that Banham explicitly refers to human ecology. He never speaks of ecology. So human ecology is already a point of view on the ecological, let's say, perspective, and is the point of view of humans transforming their world and in a way legitimizing any transformation of such a world.
Well, as you bring up, the word ecology comes from oikos. It comes from the word for house. It was intentionally chosen initially to study humans. I'm not justifying, Reyner Banham or not. It doesn't matter to me to criticize his position. I just am clarifying the terminological difference between understanding the habitat as including animals in the world, and maybe his interest in human ecology and habitation.
Of course, and I think that I agree with you about that. But Banham was very conscious of the kind of ambiguity he was bringing, because when he refers to those that were more environmentalists than him, he clarified that there is a distance between of positions. He's also quoting this book by William Bronson, 1976, How to Kill a Golden State, and he quotes this book because it's from there that the term mountain crop is coming from. And in the Bronson book, there is, of course, a reference to Rachel Carson, Silent Spring, etc. So it was really, it was clear, I think, that from his perspective, he was putting a distance towards that type of reading of Los Angeles. And for me, this is today a very difficult but fundamentally important question. On one side, we can say there is the idea of the second nature. So humans are transforming the planet and they construct this second nature, very ancient notion from the Romans. The idea that there is something that becomes natural at a certain moment, it becomes like a given effect we have transformed. But on the other side, I think there is this reflection on especially on the modern development as a process of destruction that we have to consider. So I think that he was very aware of being in a kind of ambiguous position. On one side, Los Angeles as a destructive process, and on the other side, Los Angeles as a second nature. When he's saying that by having this process of mountain crop, you could eventually slow down the water, like as if nature could work much better if men are reworking it. No, that's really the idea of second nature. Second nature is something that becomes more natural than nature. So I think there are these two, the field is, in my opinion, determined by these 2 points. On one side, the second nature. So we are legitimized to do it because we work with nature. We make something that is even more natural than nature. But on the other side, there is the process of destruction. And he is in the middle there. In the 70s, I think he was aware of that, of course. So we are really in that middle, but we are still in that middle. That's my problem.
Sorry, I had a silly thought, which is a little bit next to the conversation or the debate now, but you were talking about Deserta before. Now, the way with ecology came back very much, Los Angeles for ecologies. I cannot get rid of this observation, which I somehow always had, that is, for me, these both books are more novels than, science in some sense. I have a kind of association with Didion's White Album or something. So in a sense that I do not find in these books final judgments in the same way as I find in no essay of Didion a final judgment. I do not find clues of what to do better. I find observations, and I find them powerful, these both books, and also I like them very much as a couple. exactly because of that, I believe. And I'm sorry, I mean, I understand it's not exactly helping the conversation about ecology, but for me, it does in some sense, because in a way, the sequence of stories or journalistic pieces of Didion's White Album and several other books she in a way collected as stories are still today powerful, because they tell me something about that territory, that context, in the same way as Los Angeles and Deserta do that. I think they both are very critical, but at the same time also they embrace, in the same way as Didion embraces the Doors or embraces black power movements and so forth, because she observes them and she takes them serious. And that, I find, is the absolute strength of his work, is that there's so few people who write about phenomena and take them serious and somehow keep them alive in some sense.
Albert, if you want.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in a little bit. You know, I think this is a really fascinating conversation. And one thing I'd add, maybe just briefly, because I see that there are other hands up too, is, you know, by the time that we're thinking about Banham and ecologies, and he's thinking about LA and also in the desert, ecology really isn't a singular thing. And even in our discussion, we've kind of been talking about ecology as if it were kind of just this one thing. And it's a hotly debated term in those years and used in many ways by many different kinds of people, even within architectural discourse amongst the different book covers that I showed. So I think one of the things that's fascinating to me about Banham and ecology, which this gave me the opportunity to look back at, is that he kind of, I think, rather ingeniously uses it to his own ends, in the sense that he kind of assembles an interpretive method that for him is ecological, rather than kind of making any kind of claim about the science of ecology and with respect to systems ecology. And I also appreciate that distinction between ecology and environmentalism, because I think he's not in that kind of territory either. It's really an art historical kind of methodology that I find in the LA book. So I'm just learning a lot from these comments, and I would just urge us also to think about ecology as really a complex, debated, and multifaceted kind of almost also vague thing in the 1970s, used in many kinds of different ways. Although I think the historical specificity that we've been bringing to it, you know, in the discussion now is also very important.
Sorry. Richard, I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, it's just a quick one. I mean, I really enjoyed this discussion, and I think, you know, also very sympathetic to these last 2 points, where the way that ecology is used is in quite a poetic, you know, and sometimes novelistic way. It's quite singular. And I was just trying to think back whether maybe someone in the room knows this, maybe Ben even, but just the point at which Banham starts to use the word ecology in relation to LA. There must have been a particular moment. I wonder if even it came out of a discussion with Penguin, you know, with the publishers, or, you know, well, where it came from. It could have been, you know, quite random, because obviously a lot of that material comes from the 68 radio talks for the BBC. I mean, it's very similar, but then there's this armature of ecology then gets put on top of it, and it would be interesting to know exactly the moment that happened. And, you know, I mean, knowing you know, something of Banham, that I mean, it could have happened very quickly and in quite a random way, and it's not, you know, it's not altogether theorized. And, you know, even though we need to be conscious now of how these terms are being used, but the moment that it appeared might have been quite random.
I don't have any insight into the process with the publishers and so on, but I believe that for ecology is a term he borrowed from psychiatry or psychology. It's nothing to do with the built environment or anything like that. There is, I believe, a theoretical work on, I think, psychiatry from the early to mid-60s, which uses the term for ecologies. presumably to describe 4 possible diagnoses of a particular situation, particular psychological situation or whatever. But it's definitely a borrowed term. And he's used it in this particular way. And there was an earlier mention, I can't remember what the term was that was being bandied around, earlier situation where he just, he borrowed a term which other people use in a completely different way because, I don't know, it stirred up conversation or makes just, he's having a bit of fun with the language. But I definitely think the 4 ecologies is a concept, perhaps, at the most, that he borrowed from elsewhere.
Okay. Paola, quick.
No, I just wanted to come back to Kersten's observation. I agree with Kersten that you can read this book as you are saying, and I have always read in that way. But when you have one word to clarify, then you become a little bit more suspicious, and also, you want to really to understand in which context and how this word is. And what is maybe more important, I think that we are not here to criticize Reyner Banham. We are here to speak of our problems. And I think that there is something there about the idea of the violence of the transformation, of the destruction, and the possibility to really construct a new nature, which is very at the core of also the crisis of architecture. And students in architecture are less and less interested to the idea of transformation, for example, no? We fear, I mean, the operations that were done in the past to transform a territory, a city. I think that today we would not feel pleased to do that. And there is a kind of disconnection from architecture that is related to this violence. So I think that it's something I think we should discuss more. And for me, that was just the occasion, ecology, not to come back.
I would also, in terms of the term for ecologies being an idea borrowed from, say, psychiatry or psychology, I think the other thing is he's trying to make a point that the built environment of each of the 4 ecologies in Los Angeles is a representation of a state of mind. Each of those areas is formed by the collective state of mind of the people who occupy it. Because that's the hills and the plains of Id and the coast and so on.
But that makes it so Didionesque or vice versa, because Adrian is 79, but she's later in the sense, well, although many texts were written. But yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's go to the next. Duet. And so the next duet is composed by Hadass Steiner, that you already saw before thanks to her interventions. Hadass teaches architectural history and theory at the University of Buffalo, State University of New York. She's at work on a manuscript, The Accidental Visitant, which studies the interactions between the modern fields of ornithology and architecture. She's also the author of Beyond Archigram, and her scholarship has appeared in journals worldwide. The second speaker is Tim Street Porter. Tim is an internationally recognized photographer who lives and works in LA. Street Porter spent 10 years working in London before visiting LA in the early 70s and making it his home in 1977. Street Porter explored with Reyner Banham the Western American deserts and shot legendary portraits of the British historian and critic. Street Porter has written and produced 5 books on architecture. And thank you, Tim, again for letting us use your images of Banham. Hadass, thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers. I'm delighted to have this dance with Tib Street Porter, who I talked with briefly when I wrote my book on archigram, and I look forward to seeing again today. And as I owe my own position to Banham, my position in Buffalo, I'm grateful to be part of this event. And though I did inherit all kinds of ephemera, Banham related, I am not going to go through the autobiographical aspect of my relationship with Banham's ghost, but instead I'm going to talk today, what can I advance the slides? Maybe if I use the screen, about Banham's interest in the manufacture of photographic image, the photographic image. And it was, after all, the manufactured quality of the photographic image that made Banham, early in his career, call the parallel of life and art exhibition the locus classicus of the New Brutalism. And then when that exhibition decamped to the AA briefly, after it closed at the ICA, the students found it repulsive, Banham wrote, even forming a kind of cult of ugliness. But Banham preferred this ethical grit over beauty any day, which is why a decade later, he came to find the aesthetics of New Brutalism wanting, and why 2 decades after that, he wrote a book based entirely on that grit, A Concrete Atlantis. Now, architectural historians have traditionally amplified the period in which prominent American architects built structures in Buffalo that are regarded as sort of pivotal to their careers, and of course to modernist typologies. But Banham, by contrast, so the Larkin administration building on the right, if you compare it with what part of Larkin he was interested in, which was the factory part, not the administration building, his teaching in and his publications on Buffalo focused mostly on defunct grain silos and daylight factories, or industrial architectures that were rooted in some form of labor. And he also was interested in the mechanical displacement of labor. For example, the work of stevedores in the context of the grain elevator. And indeed, this part of the story was as important to him as the purest rows of concrete cylinders, which suited the needs of agribusiness, global agribusiness, as much as it did the European modernists. And the European modernists, of course, believed that since the forms of these structures had been generated by subjecting the behavior of grain, right, to the needs of transshipment, rather than to the recourse of conventional architectural composition, thus they were transformed from mere mechanical compositions into generators of aesthetic discourse, and the low thus became high architecture. Now, as perhaps we are aware from today, when we focus on Banham's American work, there is a tendency to lean on his writings about LA and arid landscapes. But Buffalo was the place where Banham first had the chance to look at the subject matter, which he brought with him from his London context, and experiment with his procedure outside of the echo chamber of the London alternative scene. And it was displacement in general from the center that Banham was, after all, comfortable with intellectually. He often explored the implications of lingering at the periphery and the positioning of the provincial as a viable source of knowledge. And his informal tone, the way in which he wrote, combined with the range of publication venues, and this further compounded the message that Banham was providing an insider's model to the outside. Banham believed that history should be practiced as a critique of mainstream discourse, and this belief was rooted in the approach to documentation as a mutable entity, to which the historian then added layers through an act of interpretation. And in this job, the role of photography compounded the construction of history, because unlike a drawing, the photograph posed as a record rather than immediately reveal itself as a composition. And so, as Banham noted in one of his first essays on the subject of photography, we tend to forget that every photograph is an artifact, a document recording a forever momentary construction based upon reality. And we have come to think, he further concluded, of photographic experience as the equivalent of personal participation. Here, think back to Curt's discussion of bodily engagement with the site. And since Banham had known of Buffalo's architecture first through photographs, the topic provided him with this perfect foil to demonstrate how sources of documentation and the manipulation of how documentation is read could become intrinsically bound up with how one comes to know about buildings. So the publication of A Concrete Atlantis, the results of this research, ends up being a mediation between an antiquarian mode of field research and an archaeology of photographic representation. The difference between the physicality of a grain silo and their encounter in a grainy reproduction in the pages of manifestos led Banham to sustain a reflection on the photographic means by which the silos, in this case, generated a non-industrial aesthetic. And then he wrote about the trade images used by Le Corbusier and Gropius that I showed earlier, that they were, to Gropius and Le Corbusier, supposedly free from the elements of personal selection and interpretation that must inevitably inflect any artistic rendering, or even the traditional production by an architectural draftsman of finished drawings from field notes. The photographs represented a truth as apparently objective and modern as the structures they portrayed. And so in turn, Banham's lens lingered on the details that were of no modernist consequence. The mechanics of the silos, the nitty-gritty of their slip-form construction, the workings of their belts, their chutes, and their pulleys. And these all informed the dynamics of outwardly very stoic structures. And in his seminars, students documented anonymous industrial works in a fashion normally reserved for structures with illustrious authors. And in addition, Banham undertook a process of documentation with his own 35 millimeter Pentax SLR. And he took the photographs that he had studied in Europe much earlier to the site and tried to compare them with what decades later stood before him. As he described in the architectural review, this is a Mendelssohn photograph that he's talking about. Sitting on the end of this massive I-beam of the standard elevator, I can see almost exactly what Erich Mendelssohn saw when he photographed this scene 56 years ago. He could not have sat where I sit. The standard was not built until 1928. In fact, the photo he took cannot be repeated, even given the right width of lens angle and the exact standpoint, because the view is cropped on both sides by main and subsidiary structures of the standard. So note how this term cropped is applied to how the view is changed due to the accretion of the physical environment. Photographs of the silos had been tweaked before. Korb had famously whitewashed a photo of the Buenos Aires silo so that it lost its chain of pediments. You can see Le Corbusier's on the right, the famous removal of the pediments. And Banham also made his own corrections. Various contact sheets for the book for Concrete Atlantis are annotated with Post-it notes that include requests to have images taken with a 35 millimeter film and have them redone in a 4x5 format, for example. Banham might have been asking for the larger format because of the advantages of it to more closely approximate the sensibility of a two-point perspective. But the distortion that then would happen at the edges of the photographs in these large format images would then be cropped so that the distortion did not appear in the book. And this was despite the fact that over his career, Banham rarely cropped photos and did not crop any of the 35 millimeter ones, even when the photographer he employed for the book suggested that he do so. Format manipulation and the practice of cropping away the undesirable leads me to my main point, which is the varying costs of the historical frame. When Banham resisted clipping and trimming images when he was trying to capture the gist of firsthand experience, it was one kind of production. But the stage photographs, by contrast, were tampered with, format and unwanted information. And when you contrast the way that photographs were annexed from one context to another, an act of appropriation that was further decontextualized by a surreptitious connection to the supposedly neutral image, this performed an act of conceptual redlining. The adroit levels at which Banham demonstrated the balance of the visual record and active participation in the making of history still needs to be extended to other forms of spatial marginalization that directly impact the lived experience. One of the first speakers today talked about the question of identity in relation to history, and I can't emphasize this enough. Decentralized places and states, if the opportunity is seized, offer freedoms that are foreclosed at the center. And that is a project that is still worthy of its endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Das. Tim? There you go. Hello, Tim. You're muted? Your microphone? We don't hear you.
Okay. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Oh, good.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
So shall we run the pictures you sent, right?
Sure. And I will then read a little piece I wrote about my history with Banham.
Yes. Thank you.
Hopefully it's appropriate, but shall I just start off in introducing myself and my relationship with Banham? Is that a good way to start?
There's another, is the audio off again?
Oh, it's off.
No, sorry. My mistake. You're there, okay.
Oh, good, okay.
You can start, you can talk if you want.
Okay, only just returned from Australia and I haven't had a chance to extemporize everything as much as I would like to. So I prepared a little statement about my history with Banham, and here's how it goes. So I studied architecture at the Regent Street Polytechnic during the mid-80s, but never got to meet Peter Banham until much later, or even to glimpse him out on his mountain bike. I never visited the Bartlett, but was, however, in and out of the AA quite often, invited to take part in events hosted by Peter Cook and other staffers there, and befriending students and attending the fun annual AA carnival highlighted by the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band. I met Banham finally in 1980. I had moved to Los Angeles as a photographer, lured there by, oh, it's nice to see all these pictures, by the way, but I will just maintain this little sort of history and then we can talk about those more. I met Banham finally in 1980. I'd moved to Los Angeles as a photographer, lured there by Frank Gehry, Ed Ruscha, and other artists I had met on an earlier visit, plus the irresistible visuals, the brilliant light and the desert landscapes, same as other people had, like David Hockney. It was a wonderful attraction, which was primed quite a lot by Peter Banham's book on Los Angeles, which had given a new focus on the city and inspired a generation of European students to put the hitherto obscure LA on the map as a desirable and even necessary destination. Settled in the city, I was hired to photograph the architecture of the newly burgeoning Silicon Valley for New West magazine. And the writer of that piece was Peter Banham. That's how I met him. He very kindly invited me to stay overnight with his wife, Mary Banham, at his home in nearby Santa Cruz. We became friends. 2 years later, we did another magazine assignment together, this time documenting the extraordinary Daggett solar energy plant in the Mojave Desert. We then met periodically in Los Angeles. When in town in Los Angeles, Banham stayed in Pasadena at the iconic Green and Green Gamble House, which impressed all the locals. I had visions of him making toast in that wonderful kitchen. We habitually lunched together with my wife, Annie Kelly, at the august and venerable Beaux-Arts style Biltmore Hotel in the downtown, a district isolated from the more familiar West Side and frequented in those days primarily by the business and political fraternities. The Biltmore was his choice, a little unexpected due to its lack of any trace of modernism, the gospel that Banham had so resolutely championed in his earlier career. We met in the vast lobby, little change since 1923. An imposing figure, well over 6 foot tall, Banham always caused a minor stir when he walked in, dressed in his full Western regalia, the hat, the flourishing beard, the boot-lace tie, a hint of turquoise in his apparel, his jeans and cowboy boots, definitely pegged as a veteran actor from a nearby cowboy movie set. And then, to confuse the maitre d' when we entered the restaurant, the unexpected Norfolk brogue accent. Peter was a delightful and bracing companion. Annie, where are we? Annie and I were constantly dazzled by the sharpness of his intellect and total recall, keeping us on our toes. He told us that when he wrote an article, he could usually just type it out from start to finish without alteration, which still amazes me today. We also attended one of his lectures, which he delivered with great flourish, unfailing eloquence, and without notes. I was very excited to be invited to join him on the trip he made around the wonderful and often surreal Mojave Desert. To illustrate his book on the desert, we spent several days in his van in the beautiful winter light, quite fabulous and privileged to have him as guide and companion. And then we reached the Silurian dry lake, flat and smooth, and the moment when he produced his bike, which had been lurking in the back of the van, saying casually that he always wanted to take a ride in the desert. A perfect photographic moment, spontaneous and not really planned at all. I had no idea that this would produce such a defining portrait of Peter Banham. Okay, that's that. And so I'm now just enjoying myself looking at the pictures, which still look kind of amazing and quite surreal.
Thank you, Tim.
Sure.
I think you said that the picture, the super famous picture of Banham on the bike was not somehow constructed, but I believe it partially. So I think in the sense that he was very well aware of his also physicality in a way, no, and the power, the power of also what the Italian singer Paolo Conte called made a song called La Giacca Rosa, which is like a kind of definition of your image in the public imaginary. So I think if you can a bit, and this is a completely different subject, obviously, but also had us underline somehow how he was very, very well aware of the power of images and how he would, if needed, crop or adapt them to his own needs. So the question is, to which point do you think, or do you remember, like, or what was the subtle edge between spontaneity and construction of the image in those pictures we see?
Well, I'm not sure where the line is really drawn. All I remember is that we were traveling, we had our overnight stuff in the van, and there was also the bike. He didn't say anything about why the bike was there, and I guess I never really asked him, but we just arrived in this particular place, which was a part of our tour, and that was when he said, I think I'd like to have a ride on the bike. Kind of. It had a sort of, to a degree, it was spontaneous. No one knows how much he had planned it in advance or what the potential photographic opportunities were once he got on the bike, but which was sort of left to me, I guess, and I realized how extraordinary it was, and the light, and with the mountains in the background, it became an irresistible opportunity to snap off as many images of he could.
Making my life, so from the Omicron, we go straight to.
Sorry, I think there's an open.
Yeah.
There's an open microphone somewhere.
I didn't.
I think I've lost the sound for a moment. Christine,
we can, sorry, Tim, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. So you can, I think that it's on the room. Perhaps I will ask the room to unmute themselves.
I couldn't hear you for a while. Now I can again. No, I can't hear you. I cannot hear anything.
Yeah, I think we're here. Can you hear us?
And I'm here too. Thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you. So I think the audience can also hear you.
All right.
Good, thanks.
No, yeah, I've got 3 kids now in the car.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's 8 o'clock.
The pictures look great. Fantastic. Yeah. Now I've lost you again.
If there's problems, you can see it here.
Yes, however.
Yeah, no, Tim, I don't think it's your problem. I think it's a problem within the room, the live audience.
Sure.
Is Ben Ibbets, is that who should be have sound?
I think live events is turned off the microphone, I think, on Zoom.
Okay, now we can hear you, Ludovico. Yes, all good.
Okay, so Tim, you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I had an important question, which seemed to have caused a stir. But I just noticed that in one of these pictures you're sharing, there is also a picture from Zizek's, where Banham is standing next to the empty pool. Is that right? So, yeah. And I was leafing through the Deserta book, and obviously that shoot is also what made the pictures of the book. I was just wondering, because in the pose of Banham there next to the empty pool, it's so close to Hockney's portrait of an artist that I was wondering to what extent did that play a role when you were taking that picture? I mean, I already found that true for the full picture of the pool in the desert, and I mean, it's somehow like an emulation. But here, it's even the character of the painting. So was that ever a discussion when you were photographing this?
I think he was just standing there, and I saw the opportunity to sort of formalize that particular composition. And it does have a Hockney-like quality, which I was unaware of. It's an interesting comparison. But I was not leafing through books of Hockney photographs at the time when I took the picture, of course.
All right. No, but some things happen by accident.
It has a resemblance, I agree.
Hadas, you have something to add, or?
Was there a question? I didn't hear if there was a question. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, if you wanted to, if you have further comments, or.
Well, I think it's interesting, Tim. I wondered if you had an opinion about Banham's relationship with photographers, because he took photographs so much himself. And was he taking photographs as well when you traveled with him?
Well, he had his camera. He wasn't really, I don't particularly remember him taking photographs, and I didn't see the results afterwards. I expect he was, because obviously he liked having his camera out and about. And we didn't really talk about the subject of photography on our travels in particular. And so I was interested to hear what you were saying right before I spoke about his strong intellectual interest in the composition of photographs and his history of interest in photography from a theoretical point of view. I was kind of unaware of that, actually, and it's so obviously intriguing. I don't have a lot to add to that, though.
That's interesting. And did you ever meet Patricia Bazelon, who did the professional photographs for Concrete Atlantis?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I have a different question, Tim, for you. So we know, by instance, that Banham spoke largely about the case study houses in the book on LA. And more or less recently, you published a book on Palm Springs architecture. So I was wondering if at some point with Banham, you discussed also about Palm Springs as a place of modern architecture, somehow alternative to the mainstream one.
No, we didn't, actually. And I also did another one on Los Angeles modernist houses called LA Modern as well. But no, and at that time, I think I don't think we even drove through Palm Springs en route to the Mojave, because it was kind of off to one side, and at that time, there wasn't anything like the same focus on Palm Springs and its modernist architecture that has been hugely awakened in recent years. No, I don't think we really talked about it in particular.
Thank you.
We might have passing. We might have in passing. I don't remember anything in particular about it. We talked about a lot of things in general, because we were together for 2 or 3 days, but I don't remember specifically about that.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the public? Okay, so we can move to the last panel. And thank you, team, again, and Hadas.
Oh, it's a pleasure, and it's lovely to be a part of what you're doing there at the moment, and to celebrate the 100th birthday of Reyner Banham. It's extraordinary how time passes. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. So for the last panel, unfortunately, Roger Conover is not making it because he's on a plane now since travel problems, and he's very sorry about it. I think it is really a pity since as team, Roger had the chance to meet and to work with Banham for a long time. So Roger was actually the editor of MIT Press, who published the last 3 books by Banham. And it will be a really tremendous contribution to today's discussion, but he's not with us. Thank you anyway, Roger, for being available before this last second problem. Mimi Zeiger, Mimi, you're there?
I'm here. Hi.
Hi, Mimi. Mimi Zeiger is a Los Angeles-based critic, editor, and curator. She's faculty at the Southern California Institute of Architecture in the Media Design Practices MFA program at Art Center College of Design. And we close today with the last word, which is writing. Thank you, Mimi.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So it's a real pleasure to be here and to hear so many of the speakers. I'm joining you from Los Angeles today. And I just want to acknowledge that this is the traditional home of the Tongva, Chumash, and Kish peoples as we move forward. I am in Pasadena, which is actually not that far from the Gamble House. So maybe there's a little bit of Banham solidarity there. So I wanted to start with this, I'll loop it again, and wish Banham a happy 100th birthday. And I just love this clip that John Davis put together from Reyner Banham Loves Los Angeles of him eating a pineapple sundae in a convertible with Ed Ruscha. And I think we should all maybe not have cake, but eat pineapple sundaes as a tribute. So I've been asked to think about writing. I'm a critic and writer, and in relationship to Banham, I've been thinking about this idea of mothers and children, not in the typical sense of parenting, but in a more organic way, like how we call sourdough starter or kombucha mushroom a mother. And I've been poking around thinking about how writers influence each other and how they may mother each other through their work. So I was wondering which writers are the mothers and children of late 20th century Los Angeles that this period in sort of the late 60s through the 80s, of which, Banham so famously writes, is a kind of milieu for both Banham and sort of the beginnings and endings of different generations of writers. And so I'm thinking, of course, about Banham, but also about Esther McCoy, Ray Bradbury, Joan Didion, Eve Babbitt, Dave Hickey. And in a way, all of these writers form my own sort of literary family or heritage. So Banham wrote about the critic Esther McCoy and her 1960 book, 5 California Architects, in his essay for California Magazine called The Founding Mother. And I really love this quote in that he says, there was a clarity, a plain-spoken directness about her writing that to me was engaging as well as informative. But later I discovered that her plain speaking had caused some concern among our mutual friends. I myself have a bit of reputation for saying it like it is, acerbic, they both call us. And the expectation seemed to be that we would try to shred one another conversationally when we met. And that kind of acerbicness seems to be at the kind of root of contemporary criticism as it's practiced. And as, as we think of McCoy as the source, we also think of her as maybe the sourdough starter of his experience of LA. He would go on to call her the mother of us all for anyone writing about architecture in Southern California. And indeed, I count McCoy as one of my lodestones within this family. McCoy, for her part, she wrote in her appreciation of Banham something that was both visceral and literary. She calls attention to how he pieces together a place out of a cultural landscape of writers, from high to low. And I like how, in talking about, from Dante to Raymond Chandler, Wordsworth to Ray Bradbury, she calls out the genre. She calls out Chandler's noir and Bradbury's science fiction in relationship to Banham's work, because indeed there are moments, especially in Reyner Banham Loves Los Angeles, where he leans into the scenography and melodrama that defines LA's imaginary. And Bradbury, for what it's worth, is a kind of literary drifter that shows up in cameos across my little survey of these influences, never sort of coming in deep, but sort of staying at the periphery of references. He pops up, Bradbury that is, pops up in Peter Plagin's blistering Art Forum review of 4 Ecologies, which begins with a couple of lines from an unpublished song by recently passed art critic Dave Hickey, who is also another important mother. Dave Hickey writes, "The city of LA, it ain't the way the posters say that it'll be. Behind the palm trees and the chrome, I find a stucco home and another factory." So Plagin saw Banham as a, quote, airy frappe of light architectural history. And he saw that as, quote, dangerous for legitimating the cheap and the quotidian, which would ultimately trickle down to how the built environment might get constructed. It legitimated those hacks who do shopping center, as he wrote. And so then he says, to conclude his essay in Art Forum, that Ray Bradbury is hard to figure out, but the trouble with Reyner Banham is that the fashionable son of a bitch doesn't have to live here, which sort of skewers this relationship with place. However, if we move towards someone who does live in Los Angeles, and also recently passed this year, Eve Babbitt's, in her book, Eve's Hollywood, she defended Banham from the kind of snobby art crowd. And she grew up in LA, was photographed naked with Duchamp, and took Ed Ruscha and Jim Morrison as lovers. And she wrote that it makes this, that Banham makes the city make sense. And I bought it, being for Ecologies, for a rock and roll friend who was complaining one day about LA and how he wanted to move into the country. So now he's transformed. He's trying to get an apartment in the flats and out of the hills, and the more McDonald's hamburgery it is, the better he likes it. It is then something when someone can make you see beauty where you only saw ugliness before. And I think maybe that ugliness is kind of falls in parallel with what Hadass was saying around the kind of grit and how the reframing of what you see. And then there's Banham, of course, on his own influences. I was out in Palm Springs this past weekend reading Scenes in America's Deserta. It's where I took this picture, couldn't resist the relationship of the pool. And in Deserta, he lays bare his own set of influences in the chapter, The Written Word. He calls out the book The Desert by John Van Dyke, which he praises for its glorious descriptions, especially of the mystical, almost psychedelic atmospheres of desert sunsets. And if we're thinking about Banham in, say, relationship to sort of his personal influences, say like Ed Ruscha, we can see that there is potentially a relationship between the kind of oil slick gradients of Ruscha and this kind of heightened descriptive language that comes out of Van Dyke. And then late in the chapter of The Written Word, Banham comes to Joan Didion, which we could say Didion is the A-side to Babbitt's hot B-side. Babbitt, in her lengthy dedication in Eve's Hollywood, writes, and to the Didion duns for having to be who I am not. So the kind of chilliness of the prose, the intensity and crispness of Didion's prose against, say, the more exuberant it girl prose of Babbitt's. And Banham admits to his lateness on Didion, and again to the influence of Bradbury. And I'm interested in this quote where, he talks about this shock of recognition, right? Writing, shocks of recognition are important, even little ones like an odd, well-turned phrase of Ray Bradbury, there's Bradbury again, or the image of the dry wash in Play It As It Lays. And thinking about Didion's novel and the kind of real kind of literary realism, not descriptive in its sort of setting of place, but in its sort of relationship of things and objects and people, so kind of a more of a tableau. And he concludes The Written Word with a chapter that reflects on why he needs to call out his literary crumbs. And he says, I used to wonder what comfort such literary crumbs really were to me, but now I think I know. Unlike the preachment of the moralists and ecological lobbyists, and that may reference the conversation that we were having earlier around ecology, who tell me what and how I should see. These measured descriptions by Van Dyck or Newbery, these isolated phrases in miniature, are lessons in how to see clearly even when it hurts. And I think that poignant line, like at the end there, like lessons in how to see clearly even when it hurts, really describes the writing process for myself, for other writers, how to get to the heart of the description of what you want to communicate. And the painful clarity hits home, seeing LA for what it is, it hurts. Seeing the desert for what it is, it hurts. So these lineages are smog-tinged, they're meandering, and ultimately they're laid bare to the elements. So I'm going to close here. We've seen a lot, and we've talked a little bit about Hockney, but I want to maybe end here with the artist Ramiro Gomez, and his interpretation and sort of political critique of Hockney's Big Splash, and looking at his Nose Splash. This is from a series of paintings that he did where he replaces Hockney's characters with the laborers ubiquitous to Los Angeles, and thinking about how we make visible, right? How do we really see what the reality is of a place, even when it hurts? So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mimi. Wow, I'm very overwhelmed today. Do you have any questions or comments for Mimi? Maybe I just very quick one. As also Paola before said, I think I was really stunning how several topics resurfaced and came back and forth today. Some of them I think that were probably already been discussed in the past, and some of them I think it was also my hope for today to bring some new and shed new light on Banham's life and work. And so thank you everyone again for being part of this today. It was really wonderful. So if you all agree, I would ask Ben Banham to close the day, the long day we had. Here, or if you want, is this on? I'm not sure. Or you can, if you can also stay here. Is it working?
Switch down and down the bottom. Okay, is this working? Yes. Good. Okay, right. Oh, that's a relief too. But, well, thank you very much for attending by whatever means. I wrote on the Reyner Banham website a couple of days ago that 20 years ago, the idea of someone holding an event to celebrate his centenary would have left many people nonplussed. It would certainly have left my father nonplussed. No question about that. A couple of people have mentioned that for an historian, he had remarkably little regard for posterity. Hence, there are no notes for your thesis. You base your theses on from before 1976, because I helped him burn them on the fortnightly bonfire in our back garden. You know, they were just waste paper as far as he's concerned. So that was the bonfire of the theses. The Getty Institute said, "Can we have these papers?" We sent the papers, and they said, "Where's the rest of it?" And unfortunately, that's just the way it was. I'll say I don't have any much further. I was going to try and do something clever and bring some pictures and so on, but there are family issues which have distracted me the last couple of days. So I think I will just say once again, thank you very much.
Okay, it's done.
The family are touched. Thank you. Unfortunately, because of the family issues, my sister and my nephew are unable to attend even virtually. And they give their apologies for that, because they too
recording. So
they too are touched by the fact that anybody turned up. Right? It has been very interesting. It is very interesting to see how people teach. Richard Williams said something when he first met him about teaching with and about Banham. And while Banham may have complained about having to write his own textbooks, that was a bit performative of him. He just thought he ought to. I don't think he would have minded terribly that people were using his writings for teaching the subject. But he did like to make it sound like it was a bit of an effort going in here. So, somebody mentioned cake.
Yes.
The cake is coming.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll shut up. I think that's enough.
Mimi, raise your hand.
Nope, just applauding.
So maybe while waiting for the cake, Mimi, I really also greatly enjoyed your presentation, and I think also, as I was saying before, like Kersten was mentioning about the way of writing between novel and science, and I think that possibly you sustain his position in a way, no? Even if obviously there's also other sides of that. But I think you gave us a very thorough background about also how I think intellectual relationships are built in synchronic way or diachronic. And as if sometimes we have this kind of revelations of people we would have liked to have met before, or of whose writings we would have liked to have read before, no? But I think that was very precious in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's this interesting moment of sort of a milieu forming in Los Angeles at that particular time. And, the Venturi Scott Browns come through LA, Archigram comes through LA. And I'm not a historian, so I can't speak to all of these influences. But the way that the literary community is kind of reflecting off of each other seems like an important piece for a historian, perhaps to not necessarily me as a critic, but a historian to sort of dig further into.
Thank you.
Well, while you're waiting for cake, I guess we're not waiting for cake here on this end, but I wonder.
Sorry about it, Hadas.
What?
Sorry about it.
Yeah, can you manifest cake like through Zoom? I wondered, Ludovico, because I thought it was interesting that we didn't talk about pop today, right? And I wondered if that was just, if that was intentional, or it was just something that was less interesting to you, because that was such a big part of we didn't there was one archigram slide.
Here's the answer to your comment.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't see it.
I don't see it. Where is it? You showing something?
The cake.
Ah, the cake.
Which is super pop.
Oh wow! Look at that. Okay, well then there's the cake is the
This
late 50s and 60s.
This is not the, I mean, it's the cherry on the cake of the day, but no way.
That's the Paris 1975 hat.
Possibly. I think it's a good question, and as Paola said before, I think it took a while to try to define the words, and I think for some reason pop could have been included either in society, in modernism, somehow in technology. So at some point I had to leave something out, and I decided to leave pop out.
I'm going to go and do my duty, that's why I understand. Right, okay.
Thank you very much, especially to Manija for taking care of this. No, it's. Thank you, Manija, again for. And to Pascal.
Whoa, we're going to get a bigger knife. Just oh, feel like cereal. Pull the knife out slowly.
Later one day, Manija, you can sum up all the discussion you had about the.
Yeah, this honestly is the highlight of my career.
I guess yes, actually.
They're already starting to arrive.
Thank you.
It's quite.
It's quick. Have you came back? I was not on the game. It's really benefited me from the screen.
Wow. Wow, also the inside of the cake is quite surprising. Wow. Wow. Technically, 2 weeks or so.
Did you take someone with you? Anyway, please all come and have cake and there's drinks in the room on the side.
And just,
Sadly, for everyone online, they can't.
And then you can okay.
It really takes a glass to.
Yeah, it's a terrible.
Nice needs to
No, but now it's much easier. I mean,
yes, you
did the hard bit.
the first one is very easy.